give an introduction about Salesforce CRM. First of all, when we start an introduction with the CRM, so all of you are familiar with CRM. So I don't have to tell you about CRM, what CRM is. You know the concept of CRM, the basic functionality of a CRM, right? And we all are using CRM, like either we are technical or non-technical, we all are using CRM. Even if I say a layman, even a customer, even a user is also working using CRM these days. And you know the exact role of a CRM solution. It helps it helps an organization to improve the business relationship. That's the key point for a CRM solution. Right. And the basic idea about using CRM is to make sure that we can manage. Now, when we talk about Salesforce, as you have heard about Salesforce, it's a CRM solution. It's a 100% cloud-based solution. Like installation is not needed for the Salesforce CRM. Number one. Number two, it comes basically Salesforce comes on a subscription model, right? It works on a subscription basis. Like if you want to use any Salesforce service, we have to go for a subscription. We have to get a subscription for that. And Salesforce gets two models like SaaS and PaaS. So software as a service business model and platform as a service model. And the difference, software as a service, like the ready to use services, like we have sales application, marketing application, service application. These all are existing applications or inbuilt applications in Salesforce, right? And so I'm pretty much sure that these kind of applications you have in Siebel also, because I don't have much experience in Siebel. So I'm not sure whether you have these applications are already there in Siebel or not. Like these, do you have such applications in Siebel, like sales, service, and marketing?
Yeah. Yeah. Siebel has got almost 40 plus different applications spanning across
40 plus.
multiple industries, aviation, sales,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
finance,
Yeah.
and many other things.
Okay, perfect. So same like Salesforce actually, because Salesforce also works in different domain, and Salesforce also gets the different applications in different domain in different area. But along with that, Salesforce also provides a functionality that based on the business requirement, we can design and develop a custom application. Because for every we cannot fit one application in every business, right? For example, if I talk about an online training business, so I don't have an application or ready to use application with me in Salesforce. So what I'll do then, so either I'll hire someone to build an application for us, or maybe I can outsource my requirement. So that depends on my pocket, whether if I can hire developers and I can give salary to them, right? Or what I'll do, I'll outsource my requirement to the companies, and the development companies, they will build a solution. So
Yeah.
Salesforce provides both the platforms to, like, we can go with the ready-made application, ready-to-use applications, or we can build custom applications. Now, if I talk about these Salesforce products, the various products we have in Salesforce, let's talk about that. So if I visit salesforce.com, you can see we used to have various products up in Salesforce. So these are the products. So we have sales, service, marketing. There's a commerce cloud related to the finance of a data cloud. Tableau is also there. You know about that Salesforce has acquired Tableau in 2019. It's a reporting solution. It's a data analysis solution, data analytics solution from Tableau.
Yeah.
That's a reporting solution. So Salesforce has acquired that. MuleSoft, Slack, and there are other products also. For example, if you go for customer 360 degree, this gives a complete product. And if you want to know about the pricing for this, see all product pricing, because every product, for example, if in my company, let's suppose in my company, I only require the sales functionality, sales capabilities, or the service capabilities, or maybe I require sales and service together. So we have for for every requirement we used to have products, and according to that we have to pay to them. We can subscribe accordingly. Like commerce is there, analytics, engagement, experience, suite, right? And based on the industry, based on the health cloud is also there, which is okay. Health cloud is also there, which is used in healthcare domain. We have a financial cloud is there, which is used which is used in financial domain. The health cloud pricing, and for every like we have different subscriptions. Okay. So these are the various products of Salesforce. But yes, we have to start with the basic of Salesforce because we need to know how do we build a custom solutions and custom applications as per our business requirement. Because these are the ready-made solutions, we can say. Like based on the industries, we have different industries solutions, different industries and commerce goods cloud, manufacturing cloud, public sector solutions, health cloud, financial service cloud. Like as I mentioned in Siebel also you have many applications based on the domain and based on the industry. Same manner we have in sales. Okay, right.
Yep.
Now, if we talk, yeah, so now if we talk about the features of Salesforce, so Salesforce, it provides a complete solution, especially for sales, marketing, service. Along with that, there is one more very interesting platform which is provided by Salesforce that is called communities. See, like in say, for example, in Siebel, any external customer can interact with the internal solution. Is it possible? Like for example, can we get the information directly from the external users directly into Siebel? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Or do we have such a platform? Yeah, is there any platform, something like, for example, we can provide a form to the customers and customer fill the form and that information directly add into the directly saved into the Salesforce. Do we have such functionality there?
Yes, we do. We do. We do.
Right. So in same manner, we have in the same functionality we have in Salesforce, but that would be done that okay that could be configured by using communities. Like Salesforce gets a community platform. So we have two types of community platform: the partner community and the customer community. Customer community is a public platform. Like anyone can interact, anyone can post, anyone can comment. But for that, they have to sign up first. For example, here I'm talking about help.salesforce.com. And here we used to have a community platform. This Trailblazer community. So let's suppose if I am a Salesforce user, okay, I'm a user and I got stuck anywhere and I need a help. So either I can directly reach out to the Salesforce team, or else what I can do, I can post my question here and okay, I can post my questions here and what happens then the other Salesforce expert they can answer that. So we are getting some questions and this. Got it? So the other Salesforce expert they can answer on that. And we can do one thing, we can provide a form so that the customers or the users, external users, they can directly reach out to us. They can directly fill a form. They can submit they can submit their details directly to us. Right. So so like this we have a community management platform. And same okay, like other CRM solutions, we used to have automation. So same manner, we have automations in Salesforce also. Automations like we can perform like we can configure email automation. We can configure text automation. Text automation means we can integrate Salesforce with WhatsApp for sending messages, for sending and receiving messages. Or we can integrate our Salesforce system with the our SMS service and we can send SMS directly from Salesforce. For example, if I would like to send a message from my Salesforce platform, then what happened? I have to integrate an application. I need to download an application in Salesforce, and then I can send messages from it. But yes, we have to register for that telephony service also. Let me show you an example for that. What I'm talking about. So let me log into my Salesforce platform. One second. Let me log into my Salesforce environment. So for example, this is my Salesforce environment. I'm logging in. Basically, in our session, we'll be going to see how do we register for a trial account and everything. That would be this is my Salesforce environment. Okay. And Salesforce system, Salesforce platform basically provides a functionality where we can download the applications also. Now, for example, I would like to integrate my Salesforce with Skype, or I would like to integrate my Salesforce with Facebook or any other application. So, that in our mobile phones, we used to have Play Store from where we can download the applications. right? In same manner,
Mm.
in Salesforce, you have App Exchange. This App Exchange helps us to download the applications. Now, for example, I'm looking. I would like to, for example, I would like to send an SMS. So, or I would like to make a phone call directly from Salesforce. So I can just write. Uh, let's say I just write SMS service, for example. So we can just filter out whether we are looking for the free one or the paid one. We have both free and paid. So we can download and install the free applications and the paid applications. Phone or telephone services. So we have the applications. We have to download it and integrate it. See this. See, like fast call CTI. So we can integrate it, and this will be used to send SMS to make phone calls directly from Salesforce without leaving Salesforce. That's the best thing, right? Without leaving Salesforce, we can make a phone call directly from the Salesforce system. So what we have to do, we have to download the applications. That's all. See? Salesforce native phone, SMS, and video fast API. We have many applications. There are many third-party applications. We need to figure it out that which application will be useful for us. And for example, if I say this, let's say I'm going with this one, fast call CDI. So is it the paid one or the free one? Need to check it out. See, it's a paid one, and the cost is $30 per user per month. So that depends on the company. If the company wants to buy that, if the company wants to use the telephone services, then we go with this. And what we can do, click to dial by list, voice call drop, IVR, ACD, bulk text, and more. Okay. And there is an
Yeah.
installation guide and the user guide also. So here, basically, what I was talking about is that we can perform automation tasks in Salesforce, like scheduling. We can perform a scheduling task. Okay, we can schedule the task, and once we schedule a task, it will send the reminders. So for scheduling tasks, we'll be using automation, the flow automation to schedule any task. Let's suppose I reach out to a customer, and the customer is a bit busy, and the customer requested me to customer requested me to call back maybe after 2 days or on a particular date and a particular time. So what I'll do, I'll schedule this. I'll just schedule a call, or I just set up a schedule so that it will set I can get a reminder or a time, and I'll reach out to that customer. Like the way we used to schedule the meetings in the calendars. Right, in the Google Calendar, we used to schedule the meeting so that we won't miss any important meetings, and it also used to send us the notifications. So same thing we can do in Salesforce. And the Salesforce can integrate with different other tools like social network and other business intelligence tools. So we can use this application. For example, I want to integrate with Facebook. So there are applications we can integrate Salesforce with Facebook status. Now the question, why are we using this integration? Why do we want to integrate with the social network? Any idea, anyone? Like if you integrate Salesforce with any network, then any social network, what's the reason behind that? Any benefit, any advantage?
Yeah, to promote our business and inform about our product. There are
That's right.
social network.
So market. So can I say that for marketing purpose, or we want to capture leads into Salesforce from the social network, right?
Yeah.
In order to
Right.
capture leads, in order to advertise the product, in order to market our product, we would like to integrate. Basically, when if we have run a campaign, so we would like to advertise on that campaign on our social network. And whatever response or whatever inquiries we received on those social networks, we would like to consider them as a lead, and quickly generate new leads in Salesforce so that our marketing team they can follow them up. Clear? So that is so integration is there, and BI tools like business intelligence tools. Salesforce can integrate with Power BI for reporting. Salesforce can integrate with other reporting solutions. For example, Tableau, we can integrate Salesforce with Tableau Desktop. Although Tableau is a product of Salesforce, but when we talk about the Tableau Desktop, so we need to integrate it. It's a kind of an integration where we can expose the Salesforce details and data Salesforce information. We provide the BI tools for external applications to access the Salesforce data for reporting. Okay,
Yep.
right. Now, if we talk about the Salesforce features, let me discuss about the Salesforce features. So these are the Salesforce features. Like we can do forecasting. Sales forecasting can be done. Sales collaborations can be done. Lead management can be done. Territory management, partnership management. File sync and share. There's a product called Quip. Okay, there is a product called Quip, which is owned by Salesforce. And what happened? The Quip is used for the large file management, document management. You can say if we have to share files within an organization, we can use Quip. Like so, we just save that file in the Quip, and we can integrate Quip and Salesforce together. And if I have to share a link of a file, so I don't have to copy paste that link from the Quip. I can directly share it because they are integrated. So integration works. Or else what we can do, we can integrate Salesforce with uh, Google Drive. We can integrate Salesforce with Box.com or the Dropbox. Okay, because in Box.com or Dropbox or Google Drive, we can store large files. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
Salesforce can integrate with that. We can work with reports and dashboards. See, finally, at the end of the day, the decision makers. Let's suppose we have captured the customer data. We got customer information with us. We got customer details, and the customer information have been captured. We got all the product details, customer details. Everything is with us. But at the end of the day, our decision makers, the decision makers or the top level management, they want reports, the dashboards, right? So we can generate reports and dashboards. So within Salesforce, we can create reports and dashboards. So we have a like there is a functionality in Salesforce in order to do that. For example, let's say I'll go to sales application right now. That's a standard application. And in this sales application, I can create reports and dashboards. I have an inbuilt option for that, right? Okay, now let me do one thing. Let me show you the use of sales. For example, we discuss about these features of Salesforce. And in this feature, there's an automation. For example, how do I automate a business process? Let's suppose I have to quickly automate a business process. Then how can I do that? So, for example, my requirement is whenever we create a new contact, the use of contact, these are customers, right? So whenever we add a new contact, I would like to send an acknowledgement email to that contact that okay, we have received your information. We have received your information with us. So I would like to respond to them. So how do we do that? Or if I'll show you an example of custom application which I'm setting up right now in one of my batch, you can see this is a custom application we are working with. And in this custom application, we have very limited options. So we'll be doing step-by-step implementation. Like first of all, we'll understand the business requirement. Then we'll try to see that okay, that this is for this business requirement, we need this object. Objects like the what is it like opportunities, like opportunities, opportunities is there, contact is there, cases is there. In same manner, we'll be creating our own custom object. These are custom ones, right? And this we have designed by ourselves. Now let me show you. Let me quickly show you one thing. See, this is an application. This is an application, and within this application, what we did, we added this object. And if I want to insert a new record, I can simply click on new button, fill this form, and submit. Right. So this is a custom application we have designed. We are working with. Now, if I want to reorganize this, how to do that? It's pretty simple. If I want to reorganize the field, you can see the fields are not organized properly. I need proper sections also. Like one section is for the information, one is for address. When we fill the form, we used to have various sections. So how do I customize this? So for this, what I have to do is for this, we'll take help of setup, and we can do it from there. We can customize it from there. I'll just go to setup and we can do that. If we have object manager, in order to manage all the objects, I'll go to position and we can organize that. And page layout. So let's suppose if you want to add more fields into that. So right now this is one record, and if you see we have these fields. If you would like to add more fields, if you want to include more fields as on the business requirement, we can do that from here only. From fields and relationship, and we can add a field. Right? We can add new fields. Or if you want, like I was talking about the customizing this page, I can do it from here. I go to page layout and I can customize it. Page layout, and I click on position layout and I'm going to customize the field. Means the change the locations or add some sections, we'll do some customization. Here it is. So now I would like, if I would like to add a section, although we'll be going to do again all these things, but I'm just showing the feature, I'm just showing the capabilities, what we can do here. I just write additional information and, and let's suppose I just move the details. Remote job, functional area, and the location, area, job level, and state. That's all. So customization is done. And when we refresh this, see, we got this.
Sumit,
Okay.
one
So these
question.
field moves into a new section. Yeah, tell me.
So you mentioned this position is one of the existing object on the existing object level. We are
No, no,
adding these
no.
fields, right? So
No, no,
it's
no.
a completely
One second.
new entity.
Yes, it's a completely a new entity. It does not exist in the Salesforce. We designed as per our requirement.
Okay.
It's like a custom, you can say. It's a customization. We will build a custom one. This does not exist in the Salesforce. This we build as per our business requirement.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let's suppose I would like to set up an automation on this. I would like to set up an automation that whenever a new record is created, right? Whenever a new record is going to insert, we just want to send an acknowledgement email to the owner, this one. Or I just want to send a message to this owner that we have started, the new position has been created. So for this, what we can do, we can set up the email alerts. So we have to do some automations. So classic email template. So there's a proper step, proper channel we have to follow. We have to first set up an email template, and that email template we use to set up email alerts, and then we configure automations. So I'm going with the custom one. We'll be going to discuss all these things deeply when we do the if we do the training and if we do the session. Let me quickly just position register. This is all customization what we are doing, right? And just fill the details here. And position fields, right? And I need a owner name. So I see we got all the fields. So owner name. Copy from here and paste. So what we are doing, we are drafting an emails. So I don't know whether in Siebel we have this definitely Siebel also have this capability that we can draft emails, right?
Yep. Yep.
Or I just write a simple message, position, register, something like that. Just a simple message because my focus is on the automation part, and it's done. Now we used to set up an email alert for this. Email alert. Email alert is the one which is responsible for customizing the email template, number one. And number two, this email alert helps us to decide that the to whom we are going to send this automation email. Like if you have to send an email, so who will be the receiver? That we have to set up here. That we have to configure here. Okay. So position, record, email, and on position object, email template. That's like the template. And the most important thing is recipient type. So who will be the recipient? Owner will be the recipient. So what happens is email alert will automatically fetch the owner name from the owner name and owner details from the object and send an email. Okay, it will perform the task. So I'll just finalize and see we can mark CC also if you want. So that can also be done. I'll just save this. Now the final step, flows. This is the actual automation where the actual automation takes place. When you see the flows, here we have to configure the flow. This is the actual automation we are talking about. Now, when you click on flows, you have different method. We have different flow types, like the screen flow, or the record triggered, or the schedule triggered, or the platform event, or auto launch, or record triggered. So based on the requirement, we have to decide. Now, at present, if we talk about the current business scenario is we need to send an acknowledgement email to the owner once a new position gets created. Okay, once a new position will be created, we need to send an acknowledgement email, right? So for this, you see the second option. The second is the record triggered flow. We'll be going to use that one. If you read this, the description about this, launch when a record is created, updated, or deleted. I'm going to use this. And it's all GUI. Record triggered flow. Create this. Now we have to configure few settings. On which object? On position object. And when do we want to trigger this automation? Whenever a new record is created, will be created. Any condition, no condition, and after the record is saved. We have two events. Actually, two events will be there, before and after. And I would like to trigger this automation after the record is saved and done. And what action is going to perform? I want it to send an email. See, we have various options, like we can update the triggering records, send email alerts, assignments, data mon. And in actions, we have many other actions. If you Okay, for example, if I want to add some notifications, see this. We have send custom notifications. So either we can send an email or we can send a custom notification. And custom notification, the user will receive the custom notification here like this. These are notification bar we have. So if we send any notification, that notification will be displayed here. So we can configure that. But right now I just want to send an email alert, so I can do that. And position recording. And here I select record ID. And why I select record ID, what is ID, we'll discuss these things. Record ID means I just want to run this operation for the current record we are adding. So if I create a new position, whatever the record created, that record ID, basically record ID is this. This ID. This is the auto-generated ID by Salesforce, and and Salesforce works on this because this is the identification. You can say this is the unique identification for every record in Salesforce. Okay, this one. So that ID we pass here and done. That's all. Automation is done. Now, if you want to add some conditions, that's a different thing. But if you just want to drop an email, so save this and new position, save and activate it. Okay. And now if I add a new position record, let's say Python developer, status is open date, minimum gross pay, minimum pay. Okay, I want currency in INR actually. So 45,000, 45,000, and remote job, functional area, IDP, location, and status. The record will be registered. Okay, record will be created, and I might have received an email. Let me check my mailbox. So basically, what happens? Salesforce by default, Salesforce will take the Salesforce will use the default user detail. Default user detail means the default email ID which I use to register on the Salesforce. Because whenever we register on a Salesforce account, or whenever we create a new Salesforce account, so what happened? We have to provide our email ID. Okay. For example, if I'll just go to users, if I'll just go to users, and that can be changed. That is changeable. That is possible to change that. But right now, for example, I see this is my details. I register here, and that's the email ID I used to at the time of registration. So Salesforce will use the same email account for sending emails. Have a look. I received an email. See this position register, and if you just look at here, it uses the same email ID from and to. It's both are same. Both will be same. Get it? But it is possible to change that. We can change that. That is doable. So we can just register by using a different mail account for the company. Okay. And then okay. So that is possible. Automation. So that's the way we can set up an automation. So this is a very small automation I've told you, but we have a lot of other features. We have a lot of other automations. We can put some conditions also. We can put some criteria also. And based on that, we can run this automation. Depends.
Sorry, one question here.
Yeah.
In this case, when the email was sent out, did Salesforce
Hmm.
use its own notification engine to send this email, or did it use the Gmail notification engine?
It uses the Gmail one, the email the server actually, the server we registered right now. Okay, but if you want to change, then like as I mentioned, we have to customize it. We have to explicitly configure that. But by default, if we don't make any changes, so what happens? Whichever user will be registering it up, for example, so it will automatically take the same email server.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now it is using the it's using the Gmail engine along with the Salesforce actually, because Salesforce will make a request to the Gmail, and Gmail will send a request. Gmail will forward that email to the users
Okay.
on the mail IDs.
So in that case, even we can configure it for the Microsoft Exchange server to send our communications, right? So based on the
Yes,
need.
we can based on the need. That's right, based on the need.
So this application have a capability to receive the incoming emails also to based on we can read
Yes,
the
yes,
content
yes,
and okay, okay.
yes.
So
It
the
is possible. It's possible. We
top
can.
three top three accounts also can configure. It will be polling that content and read the content and create the cases. So that's a
Yeah, definitely we can do that. And like when we say the customer, so see what happened. Many times what happened, like just now you asked me, like if we have the top three accounts, and then it will top three accounts in terms of based on certain criteria. So for that, what we have to do, we have to do some customizations.
Mhm. Okay,
So that is possible.
yeah, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are there are many things actually. Salesforce is very huge. So even if I just start telling you all the features of Salesforce one by one, it will take almost 2 3 days to finish it up. There are so many things in Salesforce. But I hope you get some idea about Salesforce, what Salesforce is, and okay. And if we talk about the automations, this is the automation thing. Then we can discuss, for example, if we discuss about the other features of Salesforce, like the if we talk about the other features of Salesforce like securities and sharing, so that is also possible. We can secure. Okay, workflow and process builder is obsolete now because workflow and process builder Salesforce is planning to retire. So we have three ways of automation. workflow, process builder, and flows. So we'll be going with flows now because the flow has capability to do everything or all the tasks which we can achieve, which we can configure by using workflow and process builder. Okay, so we'll be mainly focusing on the flows. We'll be mainly focusing on the flows, and approval process is also there.
Mhm.
Approval process there, and yeah, Apex, like Apex classes. So Apex classes and all these things comes under customizations when we used to create custom pages, customizations like Visual Force pages, Lightning components, or triggers, or Apex scheduler classes. So there we use the Apex classes, the
Okay.
concepts.
Yeah. And more questions. So let's say
Hmm?
we have built an application combining like a few of the out of the box objects and few of the customized objects combined together. We build an application.
Hmm?
So we wanted to
Hmm?
execute one kind, automation. I mean, wanted to execute all the test cases. Let's say there is a functionality we wanted to execute, and before we deploying into production, we wanted to execute the test cases. Will that be the inbuilt test suite is available in our Salesforce? Or can we integrate
No,
with
right? No. Right now we don't have the inbuilt suite in Salesforce. We have to write the test classes.
test classes with other technologies like Selenium or maybe
No,
with
no,
other
test classes.
applications?
No, test classes means we'll be going to write the test classes within Salesforce. We'll be going to write the test classes within the Salesforce.
Okay, test classes I can write it and can execute, or maybe I can schedule it. It will be execute, right? Schedule, or maybe I
Yes,
can
yes, yes.
run it.
We can run it. We can run it. Yeah, we
Okay.
can run it.
So rather than every time in executing those test cases and manually, so I can write the test classes and can execute on need basis. It will give the result.
Yes, yes, definitely. We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
So for how many months is this training for?
So I was saying that first we cover the admin module because admin module is the base of Salesforce to start with. First, we should know the basic customizations and all implementations, and then we'll get into the deeper insight when we'll be going to write the custom pages, building custom pages, writing codes, effects, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's why the total number of hours is around 40, between 40 to 45 hours. And okay, we are done. We are done. We are done with the. So if you have any other questions related regarding Salesforce or like,
So, whatever we discussed that day, it was about how cases will be created, and that was all about the creation of the cases in Salesforce. How many various channels we can have for creating different cases, so that customers get good service, and customers don't need Salesforce license for that. So that's something which I showed you that day. Because if let's say if the client or whoever is the product company, they are a medium scale or a small scale industry, then they won't buy many platform licenses for those customers. Instead, they will create a Google site or any other site which they can integrate with Salesforce. Even they can create a .NET platform, and then uh, from there, web to case can be easily generated. And same goes for email to case. For higher priority customers, they provide some email channels where they can send an email. Like if there is something related to guarantee or warranty, then email to case is the better scenario. So this all comes into the case creation part. Now today we'll move one step further to the case management part. Okay, Ranga?
yeah, sure.
Okay. So when I say case management, it starts with first thing whenever the case comes, where it should be assigned. So that's the case assignment rule. After case assignment rule, or even before case assignment rule, we can have auto response rules. Then we can even have case comment triggers, and case merge if there are some duplicate cases where we want to merge some similar kind of cases depending on some same criteria. So today we'll discuss all the automations which we have in case management rule. Even the escalation rule, I'll try to cover it today. This is also something very important when it comes to uh, bad kind of service provided by some service agent not taking their concerns seriously or not understanding, then the escalation rules comes handy and customers can escalate the case or ask them to escalate it, and then it will go to tier 2 or tier 3 agents who are more experienced. They can handle the cases. So this is something which we'll discuss later. So today we'll start with the case management part, and that is, let's start with the case assignment rule.
Okay.
Let's say, like, have activated case assignment. Uh, support. We will not use this. Let me go back to here. Channels. Who's doing it? We will not go into detail for this trigger. It cannot enable. Okay. And closed. So right now we have status close only. So here we also have option delete duplicate cases after merge. If we do this, then the end user need to have delete permission, or else means modify all, or else they won't be able to do. So it is recommended to keep duplicate cases after merge so that we can, or the managers can explore the data. So what happens there is when you open two cases, and if you want to merge them, it will ask which all fields you want to merge. Then we'll go to process automation setting. Myself here. So you can also read about entitlement setting. Entitlement management allows you to keep any, let's say, you can see here, entitlement management will help you to provide the correct service level to a customer. It includes a variety of features that let you model and enforce service level agreements. Now let's say there are two kind of end users you have. One is for guarantee and one is for warranty. So now what you will do, you will create two entitlement process, guarantee and warranty. Now in guarantee, you will keep SLA, which is the service level agreement. You will set the SLA for 4 hours or 2 hours, because that will be the highest priority for guarantee. For guarantee, you have to review the product immediately so that you will take that product back and you will replace it. But in warranty, you can keep your SLA, service level agreement, for 48 hours, which is for 2 days, so that the service agent can review whether these terms and conditions were covered in warranty or not, and then they can provide the assistance to the end user. So that is where entitlement is used. So now you can also see there are different checkboxes here. First, we have enabled the entitlement management. Then it is saying to keep things simple, we must limit changes you make to entitlement process once it's activated. So if you enable entitlement versioning, then this will not do anything here in our org, but in the org where customer have, let's say, more than 10 entitlements, their entitlement versioning is very important, and depending on the versioning you can assign a default entitlement to any kind of case. So this is something which you can read about. Yeah, Raga, go ahead. You have some doubt?
No questions.
Okay. So then comes entitlement related lookup filters on case fields. Now here, what you can do is, let's say if there are some fields in entitlement, in related list of case, if you go there, it will show entitlement, and there you will have some lookup fields there where you can use same account as case, same contact as on the case. So we mostly use this. And active entitlements on case account. So whichever entitlement is active currently, that will be used, and active entitlement on the case contact as well. So let's say these two things are not needed. We don't have that much data here. So we'll just enable active status and same account on the case here. We are not putting assets. Assets are the, if we have vessels or if we have some list of products, then it's good to enable asset. Right now we don't have product, so we'll not enable it. Milestone feed item. This will show on the right hand side how many times the clock. It can show the clock, like how many time is needed to complete the milestone. Show the time remaining in actual hours, not business hours. Job time and actual elapsed time. I'll save this. So this is something which will take a lot of time for me to configure. So what I'll do is, give me today's time. I'll configure all the settings, and tomorrow I'll show you with a live example, like how we can have all these things together. How does that sound for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, okay. Then what we'll do, this all things which I have showed you today till now, this all comes into the case management part. So this thing is completely different than the case creation. After the case is created, how you are going to manage it, this settings define it. So this is something which we'll explore more tomorrow. Tomorrow a complete 1 hour will go on this case management. So right now I'll proceed with another topic, that is community. So that once our community is ready, then we can do many things from there. We can also check many things from there. So it is enabled now, and now what I'll do, I'll create a community. So if we have full dev org, then we can create up to 200 communities. But in sandbox or the dev org, we can only create up to 100 communities. So now I am trying to create a new community. So I'll show you. I just clicked on new community and then it took me to this page by default. Okay. Now here you'll see different kinds of template. Now it will ask you to choose anyone, whichever you like. So we have customer service. So we'll proceed with customer service because we want to basically focus on service cloud. So we'll choose this template, and here it will show you, it will give access to articles, QA, and all the cases. And it can use group discussion and topics to collaborate. And we can customize it using Lightning Builder or the default community builder. So now I'll click here on get started and we'll create our first. This will be my domain name URL, and I'll click here on create. Have you ever created community before?
No, not yet.
Okay. This is something very good to explore. Even we
Okay.
have project examples in Trained also for this.
Okay.
Now this will be our welcome page where we can use anything. Welcome to our first community. Okay. We'll use components. Let's so we'll see what happens after we open it. And we have more components here. Dashboard. Show all the feeds here, and below it has the dashboard. Here we can use any dashboard which you need. Okay, so this dashboard we'll use. It will be helpful. I'll take this up. Okay, now dashboard is up and feeds are below. Now, if we want to see, we can click on preview. It will show how it will look when any end user opens the community. Show this dashboard here, and then it will show the activity feed here. We'll be also configuring one live agent chatbot here, from where I'll show you what will happen whenever end user comes and click on hi, I have some query. It can directly create a case. How we'll be achieving it, I'll show you today only.
Okay.
Let's see. This. Should be a button where we can have global actions, new account, but we don't want. These are the global actions we have. So what I'll do, I'll create a global action first in our Salesforce. And from there, we can have that action in our community. This topic is vast, I know, and this will need your practice as well, because if I teach you today, maybe tomorrow or after 3 4 days, if you don't practice, you will be completely lost. So today I'll be showing you how we configure community, and tomorrow we'll try this again together. I'll be observing you when you'll be doing it, so that you have on experience on this community and life.
Okay, sure.
Create a new record. Target object will be case. Record type will use master, and standard label will be new record. asking what all fields will be needed for action new case. Contact name, status, subject, and description. That's it. If we want something else, we can add that as well, like case reason at the top, bottom area. Okay. Now I will save it. Remember this five fields: contact name, status, subject, description, and case reason. Let's say end user won't be knowing about the contact name, so he can remove it. You just need to add status, high priority or not, subject, description, and case. This is the publisher layout. This is created. Now I'll have to refresh this page. Publish. So right now it is publishing my community on the live domain. Let's wait.
Okay.
Yeah. Last login. So now I'll go back to Builder. Let's see if we have our global action here now. Baba, mommy. Hello, Raga. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, just a second. Phone. Phone कर रहा है पापा. Okay. So I'll add component again. It is refreshed. We are still not getting case here. I think I'll have to refresh this. Let me just close this and we try it once again. This. So this is our community, which is open now. I'll open the builder again. Now it will be refreshed completely. Add few components there. Yeah, now you can see, Raga, we have our publisher, global publisher here, global action new case,
Yeah.
because that was not refreshed, it was not allowed. So now we have new case button, we have added it. Now I'll save it. So review. Now this is how it will show. And if we click on new, it will take to that new case page. Click on confirm. Then there's 4 fields: status, subject, description, and reason. That's it. So we have only status closed available now, which can be opened by the service agent. They can check it. Let's see how it will look. So now this is the case number 20534. It is showing all the details here, and it is created by web. So customer will also see this, and here let's go back. So you remember what we wrote in description and subject? I forgot.
I think it should be in closed status. If we can sort it.
Yeah, correct. Yes, you're right. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So now we'll check why it came in closed status. Here, can we see more statuses? Yeah, no, only closed is active. So we'll go to this object. Closed is default defined here, and this value is on hold, activate on hold.
Maybe the record type doesn't have it.
Hmm?
Record type used is draft. I think maybe we need to check the record type or if they are controlling the pick list values.
Correct, yeah. Status.
I think it's draft one.
Draft, right?
Yeah, draft one.
Status. Okay, status is not here. Okay, this is managed. I have installed some managed package, so it's coming from there. So instead of draft, we'll use in progress. I hope this is also coming from managed package. Let me create a new one. Here it will ask support process. So we'll have our default case support. The default also. Yes, reason is there. I don't see status. Status also coming from managed package. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll have to add new values. For this process. First will be on hold by customer. Yes. So let's start. Okay. Still, I don't see at least available for editing. Status is not coming here. I'm not understanding. Can you understand, Raga, why this is happening?
No idea.
Maybe because of that managed package, this thing has completely for toss my default setup.
Maybe we can try uninstalling if it is not in use. Managed package. Then we can, if managed package is not in use, we can uninstall and try with fresh.
Yeah, I can try that. We had more settings there, so I have to review that before uninstalling, and then I'll be definitely doing it.
But this status is one of the standard field and case, isn't it?
This I'll check for this one. Status test. Yeah, maybe some issue with that. No problem. We'll go back to community. I'll check this one later. What's going on with status? So we'll go back here. So now you can see cases created, and this is the case feed which we have for the end user now. So again, if he goes back to home page, now I'll go back to builder. I'll show you some more components. So for live agent, now I'll have to configure one more thing from there. So you can see chat capacity is always managed by omni-channel. In omni-channel setting, we have skill-based routing, and also we can define the capacity so that customer is not burdened by many number of cases. Like if you are the live agent and you get 2 to 3 queries in 1 hour, then it will show you inactive after some time instead of showing active. So now I'll also enable sneak peek. Sneak peek is for agents to see what visitors are typing before they send the messages. Sound is enabled. Disconnect sound enable. Notification will be enabled. Customer agent name. So product engineer. Support. They will add here. We can also merge some fields here, like visitor name. Okay. Auto away on decline. Like if you decline some chat, then it will show you are not live. You are away. Auto away on push timeout. Like let's say if someone has pinged you and you are not replying for 30 seconds, then you can have timeout, wait alert time. This is also you can enable. I'll put 10 seconds here. Visitor blocking enabled. We can also block some visitor who are coming and spamming for no reason. File transfer. If we enable file transfer, then on chat only we can they can also attach the claim fields on chat itself. But it is always recommended not to burden the chatbot by the files. So it's better to not enable this. And after the case is created in the console, then we can ask customer to provide the file through email, or you can also attach to the another environments which we have. But it's not recommended to use file transfer on the live agent configuration. Now select the chat users for okay. Will not add anyone here. Do not add any profile also here. That's not needed. And now we have not created skills also, but we can create skills, and depending on skills, routing can also happen. Default agent status filter will be online. Sneak peek enabled. Okay, we don't need all this. Chat conferencing, this can also be enabled. Like sometimes the agent doesn't have all the information that required to solve customer's problem. Chat conferencing lets agents invite other agents into customer chat, unlike transferring the chat to new agent. You can try this. Just with skills. Okay, it's good to go now. Okay. Let's see if we have it on community. So we have configured agent, but now we need that component. So how we will have that component, that is something which we can see later. But let's see if by default we get it. Mostly we get it by default only. Let's add it here. Chat feeds, chat with an expert. Okay. This is whatever we can write. Chat with available agent, agent offline, contact us. No agent. Okay. Now save it. Okay, this context support is different. Okay, we'll have to deploy the chat and then it will be available, I guess. No problem. I'll do this. Then we can check it later. So it won't show now. Send message. So from here you can enter the message. Okay, Ranga. So what is remaining now is I'll have to enable that chat configuration is in test. This is enabled and secure agents. So okay. So with this you can the chat. Chat is over. Refreshing. Hey Ranga, I'll be doing this. Tomorrow we'll continue with the live agent and I'll give you the overall view what will happen tomorrow so that you're clear. One will have one agent here.
Okay.
Here you the status whether you are available or not in the Salesforce service console. So
Okay.
when you'll set your status here, you are available in green, then by default the community will get green and it will show here, okay, one agent is uh, online, and then we'll be able to chat with him, and the moment you start chatting with him, a case will be created by default and a contact will be created. So that is something which we'll see tomorrow. I'll go through that settings again, and I'll also uninstall some managed packages from my demo org, which is causing some problems, and then we can easily proceed with that. But before that, what I would like is, Ranga, if you can create a community page the same way which we have done. I'll share the meeting, this recorded screen meeting with you, today's session. So you can go through the entire session today and you can build a community with the same template which I have used, and make the homepage as good as you want. Whatever you want to customize, do it depending on you. Whatever you want to add some all you can try many combinations of components, and if you'll have some doubts you can write, make a note of it, like why this component is not working, and why this components we can add on the community if you have some doubts like that. So tomorrow we'll start from there, and we'll not start with this community. We'll configure this on your community page. Okay.
Okay.
Where
Sure.
created your profile with the system admin access, so you'll be able to create this community page also, and you'll be able to create new community page also.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
leave this page as it is. You can configure a new community and you can try some various things there. I'll also give you some important links of Trailhead which you can go through if you get time today. Okay.
Okay. Sure, Nikhil.
Sure. Sure,
So
Anga.
one
So
question: this community will be used by guest users or maybe the customers, or it will be with support agents?
the community will be used by customers, not support agents. Support agents will be
Okay.
there on the Salesforce Service Console. Here,
Oh, yeah, yeah, correct, correct. Yeah, some confusion.
once customer comes there, like in our case, what I'll do is I'll ask you to log into that community and you'll start chatting with me. And then I'll be behaving as a service agent tomorrow. So here
Okay.
I'll, yeah, it will take some time because even if we have to configure it, it will take some time. So I want you to be with me on the same page. That's why I'm asking you to create a community on your own, so that at least you are cleared with the basic concepts like how to create community. If you have this knowledge of community and live agent, you will be very much easily able to crack the certification of Service Cloud, because maximum weightage comes from community and live agent, and it has a vast number of areas which we can discuss.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Ranga, no problem. So today we have faced some problem with the demo org. What I'll be doing is I'll configure a new demo org, or I'll remove those managed packages from this org, which is causing problem here. And then we can resume tomorrow with your community page.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Ranga, no problem. I'll stop here. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So let's begin our session for the day. And like as we discussed in our last session, if you remember yesterday, I told you about the layouts, basically layouts. You can say the application type, the console application, for example,
Yeah.
the service. We have two different ways, like service and service console. That's a that's the application style, that how the application looks like. This is one way, and that's a navigation actually. That's a console navigation. This one, and that's a standard navigation. Okay, we used to call it as a standard navigation. This one, and what's the difference between standard navigation and console navigation? That we also need to figure it out. In a standard navigation, all the objects will be placed one after another. Okay, the object will be placed in this navigation bar, and if we preview, and if we want to preview any record, so what we have to do, we have to open that object, click on that object, get a list of all the records we have. These all are the records, and then what we can do, we can preview one record at a time. Yeah, we can preview one record at a time. Get it? If I click on this first record, I would be able to preview only one record. So I would be able to preview this record. And if I want to see next record, what we have to do is we have to navigate back to the object, and then only we can preview second record. That is a standard navigation. And in console navigation, what happened? We can preview multiple records. Multiple records in terms of, what do you mean by multiple records? Yeah. Anyway, so console navigation, I've already told you the console navigation. And in console navigation, what happened in console navigation, we can preview multiple records simultaneously. And okay, so why we are talking about this navigation style? Because while we set up a new custom application, whenever we create a new custom application, or whenever we build a new custom application, that time we have to decide whether we want to go for a custom application, or we want to build a standard navigation, like a standard navigation or console navigation. What navigation style do we want to opt? This console one or the standard navigation style? So that depends on the requirement. Okay, that depends on business requirement, that what navigation style do we want to opt. Right. So as we discussed, that we have standard applications. Standard application means the pre-built applications which are predefined by Salesforce, and the three main standard applications are service, marketing, and sales. These are the three main applications we have. But apart from this, let's suppose I need a custom business solution for my client or for my business. So let's suppose the application we are going to discuss here is, let's suppose I'm planning to manage the hiring activities. Now, tell me one thing. Let's suppose if a company decided to go for a hiring activity, they want to hire new employees. They would like to manage the recruitment activities within an organization. Okay, so they need an application. They need a platform. They need an application to manage all the records. So right now in Salesforce, we do not have any ready-to-use application for that. Therefore, we decided to build a new custom application. Clear? So what we required? We required an application, number one. Within application, we need objects. Now, we can use the existing objects. For example, in a custom application, I can add accounts, I can add contacts, I can add cases. But are they useful? Are they related to our business requirement? Do you think so? Are they related to the business requirement? Definitely no, because as I mentioned, the requirement is to build a custom application, or to build an application for managing the recruitment activities. But here, the standard applications we have, these applications or these objects, they are relevant to the sales, service, and marketing. So they are not going to help us out. So therefore, uh, I'm not going to use any standard objects. So I need to create a custom object. Okay, I need to create a new custom object. So let's have a look. How do we create custom objects, custom applications, and custom objects in Salesforce? So the first of all, we require a custom application. And in order to create a custom application, we need to have the admin permissions, admin or the development permissions. If we don't have the admin permission or if we don't have the developer permission, we'll not be able to create a new custom application or will not be able to build a custom solution. So if we require, if we need to perform some, if we need to create applications, or if you want to do any sort of customization, it is required. Clear? Now let's have a look. How do we create custom application? So in order to create custom application, we need to get back to setup because see, we are on an application right now, and we can only use the application. But as I mentioned, that the requirement is to build custom solutions. So therefore, I switch to setup. I navigate to setup, and in setup, we'll be going to build a new custom application. So let's have a look. How do we create a new custom application in Salesforce? Let's check it out. Okay. So in order to create a new custom application in Salesforce, what we have to do, we need to navigate. See, I'm into setup right now. Setup, home, and in quick find, I just search for app manager. App manager. Now, what do you think? What could be app manager? App manager means it helps to manage the applications. It helps us to manage the existing applications. It helps us to create custom applications or new custom applications. But in our last session, I mentioned that the standard applications are not customizable. Okay, we cannot customize a standard application, especially the names cannot be changed. But can we add objects? Yes, we can. Can we add fields in the? Can we add more custom fields in the standard objects? Yes, we can. But can we remove the existing fields from the standard objects? No, we can't because the existing fields, all fields will be standard. So anything which is a standard, whether it's a standard application, standard object, standard fields, neither we can customize nor we can remove. Okay, edit or delete not allowed. We can only use that. So now, as you can see, we got a list of applications. So right now there are 28 items. These all are existing one. We do not have any custom application yet, but now it's time to create a new custom application. So let's have a look. How do we create a custom application in Salesforce? And either you can either you can note down the steps somewhere in a notebook. Okay, maybe some just like when you sit with the session, you can keep a notepad aside and you can just write down the step, note down the steps, so that when you practice, you don't have to go through the video again. Or else, if you want to follow the video, that's fine. So I'm trying to create a new custom application. So how do we get a custom application? Here it is, new Lightning app. Okay, new Lightning app. So when I click on new Lightning app, this will open one window, this one, a pop-up. Now in this pop-up, we have to complete a wizard. Like we have to complete this wizard. See this. There are five, it's a 5-step wizard. Step number 1, step number 2, step number 3, step 4, and step 5. So it's a 5-step wizard. And we have to complete this wizard, right? We have to complete this wizard. And once the wizard gets completed, our application will be created. Our application gets created. Let's see how do we create this application. So first of all, we need to specify a name. One thing, name and developer name, and these two are required, the app name and the developer name. So like as I mentioned yesterday, that two applications, two objects, their labels can be same, but their API name, the system names cannot be same. See, what is the app name? This name appears in the navigation bar, so your users can see the name of app they are currently. Got it? This one, app name. And what is the developer name? It is used by the APIs. You know the system names. That's the system names or the programming names, and these names will be unique. and it must be unique across all the applications. So therefore, two applications, their names can be, their labels can be same, their app name can be same, but their developer name cannot be same. For example, let's check it out. When I scroll down and see the sales, see sales, sales lightning. Have a look. Sales and sales, their label is same, app name is same. This is same, but their developer name, they are not same. This is sale lightning sales. So this is basically it's a classic application, it's a lightning application. And in even in this is service and service console series. Service and service lightning service console. You can just follow this one. Sales. Their app name is same, but their developer name will not be same. It should be unique. So in same manner, we can create many applications with same app names, but their developer names cannot be same. So let's create an application now. I create new lightning application, new lightning app, and I just give name as HR recruitment. Recruitment. Also, there are certain rules to write down to specify the names. You can say there we have to there is a rule for the naming conventions. What that? For example, the rule is uh, that's the rule. If I add a space and try to move next, that's the rule. The developer name field can only contain underscores and alphanumeric characters. It must be unique, begin with a letter, not included spaces, cannot end with an underscore, and cannot contain two consecutive underscores. So that's a rule. And now, and this rule will be applicable whenever we create an application, object, field, any functionality we implement, whether automation, security, or validations, anything, any customization we'll be doing in Salesforce. This rule will be same, because there also we have to define the name and the API name, the label and the API name. So this the name, this rule will be same for the API names in Salesforce. HR underscore recruitment. We can add a description if you want. We can add a description. Also, one more thing, and when we click on this app launcher, we get a list of the applications. As you can see, that's a list of applications. And in this list of applications, when I click on view all, this will open app launcher. This one. This will open app launcher, and we can get a list of all the applications we have. We get a list of all the applications. Now, when we create a custom application, so that application will also place here, and how that application looks like. See this. This is the app launcher preview. HR recruitment, and you can see name, icon, and description. So we can also add a description. I just write here custom app. Custom app to manage recruitment activities. Okay, that's a description. Now, as you can see, the icons, we can change the icons. And in order to change the icons, what we can do, we can download an icon. We can download an image on our local drive and upload it. So here it is. It is upload. So now I'm going to upload an image from my local drive. So I click on upload. So I'm going to upload an image from my system. So click on upload. So I just add a logo, and now the application will look like this. Okay, so the application will look like this. So basically in app launcher, and this will be the icon of an application. So whatever icon we add, so right now you can see the service console, service application. The icon is this one. This is the icon, the app logo, this one. So this is the way we can change the app logo also. So whatever logo we assign, this logo will reflect here. This logo will reflect here. Get it? This one, app logo. So this is step number 1. Clear to all of you? That's the step number 1. Now, next step is very important, because the next step, remember I told you about the navigation style. So here you can control, here you can decide the navigation style, or here you can select the navigation style. What navigation style do you want to set? Right? What navigation style? So we have standard navigation, and console navigation. This one, standard and console navigation. By default, it's a standard navigation, and if it is if it is required, we can change it to console right now. And remember one thing: once we set this navigation and save this application, and if I get back to edit this application, it is not possible to edit this setting again. Let me show you. For example, for a time being, I click on next, next. I'll just follow this step again. I'm just showing you one thing. Like, if is it possible to edit this? So I simply save and finish. See, I just completed all the steps. See, this app is ready. What's the app name? HR Recruitment. Check it out. Here it is. HR Recruitment app. It's a custom app, and because it's a custom app, so it is possible to delete it. And is it possible to edit it? Yes, we can edit. I click on edit. I click on edit, and when I click on edit, it will open up builder, the app builder. It will open the same. It will open up builder again in order to edit this application. We can edit the application by customizing all the steps one by one. And see, that's the first thing. This is the step number one, where we can specify the app details and all other things. App option. We can manage all other settings, but see this standard navigation. This cannot be changed now. So this cannot be changed. So it is not possible to edit this setting. It is not possible to customize this setting. Is that clear?
Yeah, understood.
Clear,
So
but
like this
would you know
way,
that the reason why they
the
are not?
reason
I
is
mean,
because
other navigation.
because they fix it. They do not. Okay, so they have fixed it. There is no specific reason because they didn't mention anything about it that why that's so. But they want. There are many. Not only this, actually, there are many other options in Salesforce that once we have set this up, and if we edit those options, if we try to edit those options again, we can't edit it. So the only solution is delete this application and then recreate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually based on the customer experience, right? We don't know if they liked it or initial approach.
Actually, usually
It's a
what
bit
happened, almost 99% customer, they prefer to go with the standard navigation instead of console one.
okay.
Especially only with the service one, they prefer to go with the console navigation.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's a step number two. So in step number two, you don't have to make much changes. Only okay, one thing is the navigation. The next is the supported form factors, and supported form factors mean because the Salesforce application can be accessed both on desktop as well as on phone. Okay, so this application can be accessed both on desktop as well as on mobile phones. And if you want to access Salesforce on mobile phones, so we used to have the Salesforce app on Play Stores. So if you go to Play Store and look for the application, so Salesforce app is available. And what we can do then, we can log in into Salesforce using our credentials. So what does this mean? This means that whether the application we are setting it up, the objects we are going to create, the forms within the objects, whether the application we are setting it up. So this application supports the forms to be accessed on mobile phones or only on desktop. So I just select both of them, desktop and phone. So that means this application can be accessed both on desktop as well as on phone. And when we do that, the forms we design in this those forms will be available in both the ways for desktop and phone as well. So that can be accessed on both desktop and on phone, mobile phone. Because you know that the desktop resolution is higher than the mobile phone's speed, but it will adjust automatically. The forms which we create, the objects which we create, that those objects and the objects and the forms will be adjusted automatically. The resolution will get adjusted automatically. There's a Salesforce app. We can download this app. Get it? Okay. Then we have setup experience. So what is setup experience? As you can see, we got the setup option. Setup and service setup. This is setup and this is for service setup. So setup experience. By default, we want setup or we want service setup. Now, what is the setup experience? Select or change the default setup experience for your Lightning app. The default setup experience will be listed first in the gear menu when in the Lightning app. So which one do we want first here? Setup one or the service setup one? So I want setup at the first position. So here setup. Clear? Which one do we want? And app personalized settings. Basically, what is this? App personalization settings. Disable end user personalization of navigation in this app. For example, let me open an application called Sales application. This is my application. That's a standard. This uses standard navigation. And in this application here, in this application, you can see this small icon. Here it is. There's a small icon. Basically, this personalize your navigation bar. They are talking about this. Disable end user personalization of navigation item. What is this personalize your navigation bar? Yesterday, I think yesterday or in previous session, one of you asked me, is it possible to use the same object with multiple applications? So this is the option. With the help of this option, we can add the objects which is not available here. Now, for example, we have lead. See, there. Do we have cases? Cases is there. If I want to add any other if I want to add any other object, see market like we have campaign leads. Okay, when I click here on this personalize your navigation bar and click on add more items, we can add objects, standard or custom object. But right now we don't have custom object, so only standard objects will be available. So I can add standard objects. Click on all. See, if I want, I can add objects. For example, I select invoices and click on add one navigation item and save. And you can see this invoice was not available. This was not added earlier, but now it's added. The invoices. Invoices. So do we want this option to be available or not? So if we don't want this option to be available, we can check this option. Then what happened? This option will not be available with our custom application. So this option will be disabled. Clear? And disable temporary tabs for items outside of this app. Temporary tabs means any temporary tabs which does not belong to this application. We do not want those tabs to be added. For example, see, whenever we use this option, so one thing, if I click here again, you can see all the application. Can you see a difference between all the other objects and this one invoice one? Any difference? You can see there's a cross symbol. There's a cross sign in front of invoices, and there will be no cross sign in front of all other objects. What's the reason? The reason is all these objects will be added while creating the application, but this object we added by using this personalize your navigation bar. This considered to be as a temporary tab. Clear, everyone? This considered to be as a temporary one. So if I want, I can remove this and take this. Get it? Okay. That's the second app option. Now, third step is utility items. Now, what exactly is this utility items? Basically, utility items we see. First of all, this utility items will be available only for desktop. Okay. This will be available only for desktop. So that means whatever customization we'll be doing here, those items, those settings will not be available for mobile phones. And what is the utility items? The utility bar is a fixed footer that opens components in a dock panel, available only when the app is viewed in the Lightning experience. That means this utility items means this is a bar which appears like this at the bottom of the application. See, right now you can see we have a to-do list. Okay, there's a to-do list. We can click on this and we can get a list of options to to-do list. In this item, in the same bar, the same status bar, I would like to add more items. More items, like for example, I just want to add I just want to display more. I just want to display the recent records. Okay, I just want to display the recent record from a custom object. But right now we don't have a custom object. So therefore, I just want to display the recent opportunities. Clear? I want to display recent opportunities. And how can I do that? So in order to do this, I click on add utility items. And from here, I select recent items. And in recent items, by default, the object which is added is, when you scroll down, the default object is API anomaly event store. I don't want this. I want I want opportunity. So I click on select and remove this API anomaly event store object. And instead of this, I just add opportunity object. Let's suppose if you want to display most recent leads, so we can add a lead object also. Clear to you, all of you? Lead and opportunity. I added two objects, lead and opportunities. Number of records to display, three records, and label as recent leads and opportunities. Save this. That's step number 3. Sorry, step number 3. Desktop only. Step number 4. Step number 4 is navigation items. Okay, tell me one thing. What are we doing? What are we doing right now? We'll be creating a custom application. Am I right? We are creating a custom application. And in that custom application, did we add any object right now? Did we give instructions that we would like to add this? We would like to add any existing objects?
No.
No, we haven't. And the question is, do we are we interested in adding the standard objects in our custom applications? Do we want to do that? So that depends. If we would like to add the standard objects in our custom application, we have to add objects from here. Let's suppose, for example, see the application here. This application starts with home. Home is like a home page. Home is like a home page. And here also I would like to add a home. That's the default one. Home. I select home and select it. But we have other objects like opportunities. These all are standard objects. So do we want to place standard objects here? Yes or no? No, I don't want. If we want, we can add it. Now, for example, if I want to add opportunity, the standard object, we can add it. Opportunities, I can add it if it is needed. But if it is not required,
sorry, Sumit, can you hear me? Sorry. In the previous steps, utility items, you can go back.
Let me
There
finish
is
this.
one option.
Let me save this.
Sure,
Yeah, let me
sure.
finish this. Let me save this first. So I was just talking about is that we have to add the objects, the standard objects. So I'm not interested in any, I'm not interested in any of the standard objects. So therefore, I just add only home tab, like home, because home, it does not belong. See, home is like a home page. It's not a specific page. It's just like a home page. So I just add a home here. Click on save. Okay, and let me finish this last option also. Then I'll come back to this. What is this user profile? This is related to the security, that who all can access this application. See this. Choose the user profile that can access this app. These all are the available profiles, and that's the selected one. Do we have added any profile in the selected one? No, it's a blank. We didn't add any profile in the selected one. So therefore, even though I'm an administrator, see, there's an option called administrator. If I add administrator, then what happened? If I move this profile from left to right, then what happened? Only system administrator will be able to access this application, no other profile users. But let's suppose if I remove this also, then what happened? No one will be able to access this application. Even though I'm an administrator, still I will not be able to access this application. Access means if we do not add any profile, even though if I do not add system administrator, then when we click on app launcher, I will not be able to find out this application over there. Let me show you. I click on save. Okay. And when we refresh, our application is ready. Let's check it out. When I click on this app launcher, view all, and view all,
HR. Recruitment.
HR recruitment, HR. Okay, actually, I need to refresh this. Let me try it. Let me refresh this one. So what happened? I added this and click on app launcher, view all. Okay, see this. I got it. Why? See, no app, no HR recruitment is coming up. Why? What's the reason? See, when we search for HR recruitment application, the application is not listed out. Why it is not listed out? This is the reason. Because you see, we didn't permit, we didn't allow to access this application by any of the profile users. Okay,
Yeah.
got it? So now if I give permission for the administrator and click on save and refresh, click on this app launcher, view all, and recruitment application. See this? It's visible now. It's accessible. So that's why what we have to do, we have to give permission to access the application. And how can we give a permission? We can give permission like this. That's the way we can assign, we can allow the users to access the application. We can allow the profile users to access our application. That's the way.
So the profiles you have mentioned, right? That's a Salesforce predefined profiles are showing over there. So if you want, we can create
Predefined
a
profile.
custom profiles.
We can create a, yes, yes, we can create. We can create custom.
Yeah, I think Riaz have a question here. Go ahead.
Yes, Riyas, you are asking if you have a question in
Yeah, in
utilities,
the
right?
utility section, there is one utility bar alignment, default or mirror. What is that mirror one? Yeah, on the top. Yeah, the mirror one.
Utility.
Mirrored.
This is utility bar alignment actually. Default one means it will add like this. Let me go back. Let me show you this. For example, if you open an application, HR recruitment application, I open this in a new tab. And right now, let's check this. Yeah, see, this is the utility item. Right now, you can see. Okay, this is the utility item. Now, what if I just change this? That's the default one. And if I just change this to mirrored one, and let's refresh this here. This is the mirrored one. This, this. Mirrored one means on the opposite side. Like when we look into mirror, it looks in a different side. Okay, that is the difference. Get it? By default, it is on this side. But when we say mirrored one, that means it appears on right side. If okay, that is mirrored here. Here we can see the here we can get this. That is the only option. That is the only difference. Mirrored and this. The default one will be on this side. Default will be on left side here. And now, and if you keep a mirror in front of this, what happen? It will be on right. It looks like that it is on right side. Okay, so that is the difference. That is the use of this mirror option. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only. Now you can see our application is ready, but this application is blank. This application is blank. Only home tab is there. What about the custom objects? Do we have any custom objects? No, not yet. But can we add? Okay, can we add standard objects into this? If I want to add any standard object, can I do that? Let me show you. For example, I click on navigation items, and from here I add accounts. See this? I add a custom. I added a standard object name as account. When I refresh the application, we can see the accounts here. Get it? And this option is also there, the navigation, personalize the navigation bar. We can click on this. We can add more items and I can add a custom object from here also. For example, I just want to add, let's say cases or campaigns and add one navigation items and save this. See this. Two objects, two standard objects. And when I click on navigation bar, I'm able to remove only this one, campaign one. Why I'm not able to remove this accounts? Because this accounts we added by using this option. That's why.
Can you please repeat? So campaign and account both are this the standard objects only, but campaign able to remove, but account not.
Yes. Yes. Why? Why? Because we added campaign by using this option, navigation bar. This one.
Hmm.
We
But
use this
account
option
being
to add a
added.
campaign. An account we added from here. See, there is no campaign available here. See,
Okay.
it's a temporary.
So
This will be a temporary. This will be a temporary tab, temporary object. We can remove this
that means
anytime. I can remove this. See this.
so.
This remove. But in
I
order
mean,
to, yeah,
objects being added in two places, one from the navigation, one for the app builder. That's what you say.
right, right. And this okay, for example, let's say you are not an administrator, you are an end user. Let's take it like this. You are an end user. Get it? And now and I'm an administrator. I give you access on an application, and on that the application name is recruitment application. And right now there is one account object that's the default one. But now you want to see the now you want to see the campaign. You want to access campaign object. So there are two possible ways. Either you will request to me that I need to access campaign also. Can you please add that? Then what I'll do, I'll navigate back to the app builder. So I'll edit this application navigation items and I add a campaign from here. That is the first possible way. I just add a campaign from here like this. Clear? And the second way is if you don't want to if you don't want to get in touch with the admin, you can add an object by yourself. You can add a temporary object by yourself, and later on you can remove that. So you click on this, add a temporary object by clicking on add more items. You can add it as on requirement. Any object you require, you can add it, and whenever it is not needed, you can remove that. Clear? That is the difference between these two options. Okay, perfect. So let's begin our session for the day. And in our last session, I gave you an overview. In our last session, we saw that how do we register for a Salesforce trial account, right? And how do we
Yep.
sign up for a Salesforce trial account? We discussed about the classic and the lightning version. And I've told you that in your resumes also, even in your job, like if like in an interview, if somebody asks you about the platform you have worked with, so you have to mention that I have worked on both the platforms, but mainly your experience, you have to show your experience in lightning.
Yep.
Reason being, lightning is the upgraded version of classic, and now almost all the organizations, all the new applications, all the projects, they will be designed and developed using lightning platform, right? Especially when we talk about the components part or the customization part or the development part. So we mainly focus on the Lightning platform because we'll be dealing with we'll be going to create Lightning components and Lightning web components in future. So Lightning platform will be focusing. So what we did in our last session, we registered these. We have registered a trial account successfully, and I've told you that we have two ways to do that. Either we can visit salesforce.com and sign up, but that's a trial account. and that would be a 30 days trial. And after 30 days, your subscription will expire. And the second method was we can go with we can follow developer.salesforce.com and register over there. So developer.salesforce.com is more useful because uh, the subscription will not expire for that. For developer.salesforce.com, subscription will not expire, and we can use it as long as we want, and we will be getting all the features. But the limitations: number one, we'll get limited space. Only 5 MB of space will be assigned to you in order to store the records. Okay, in order to store the records, only 5 MB of space will be assigned, and 5 MB means we can store almost 600 to 700 records in that, and that's sufficient for testing purpose. That's sufficient for practice on Salesforce. And the second, as I've mentioned, whenever a Salesforce release any updates, or the Salesforce release, because Salesforce release 3 updates a year, so those updates will reflect in the in your those updates will reflect in your environment maybe after a couple of days. Not It's not an instant update. Okay, right. Now there are few things we need to discuss about Salesforce. So do you have like, if I ask you a question, do you have experience about database? You have a database knowledge, right? SQL database or Oracle.
Yep. Yep.
You know, right? So you know that in even if, like, for example, if you want to create a new data set in Oracle, or if you want to store any information in Oracle, or if you want to use SQL Server to manage your data, so the first thing we have to do is we have to register a new database. Is it possible to add a record directly into database? Can we do that? Like, we only register a database and add records into that? Is it doable? It's not
So we have to
possible.
first
You have to
create the schema and the tables and
Right. You have to first create the tables and field. Then you in within tables you have to you have to mention the fields, the schema as you mentioned. You have to specify the fields. And then only once our table is ready with proper fields, then only we can insert records. Same thing goes with Salesforce. So that's the terminology. Actually, I'm talking about the terminologies of Salesforce, because from here onwards we have to use these terminologies in Salesforce. So these are the terminologies of Salesforce. That in Salesforce the flow is this. In Salesforce we used to create applications, then objects, then fields and records. So that means even in Salesforce also, if you would like to create a new record, or if you would like to capture new leads or new opportunities or new campaign, any information we would like to store in Salesforce, it's mandatory to create an application first. So first, set up an application. Within applications, we need to create objects. Then within objects, we'll add fields, and then finally we insert records. Now, if you compare this flow with the database flow, it's almost same. Okay, only the terminology is different. So database in Salesforce, it becomes applications. So here, when you click on this app launcher, you will get a list of applications. These all are applications. I think I logged in. Uh, Okay, we have to sign up. I think we did that. I remember. 1 second. Just a second, because it's a different one. Yeah. Hmm. Right. So we have to sign in. And when we click on this, see, sales application, marketing application, service application, community application, we'll be getting all these platforms, all the applications. And when you click on view all, we'll be able to get a list of all these. These all are the applications. Like, all these applications will be designed by us. We created these applications. No, these applications will be created by Salesforce. So we used to call them standard applications. And let me open a sales application. For example, sales application. Right click and open in a new tab. So you can see this is your application, and within application, these all are objects. Now objects will be equivalent to your tables, right? So objects will be equivalent to the tables. And if I'll open an object, let's say opportunity object. And when I click on new button, we'll get the fields. So, and within objects, we have the fields. Just imagine if there are no fields. We don't have proper labeling to the fields. Only you have these text boxes, but no labelings. Then will it be possible for you to add record? Then it will be very difficult to insert a record, because if there will be no proper labeling, it will be very difficult to add a record, because we don't know what type of information are we going to store, what information are we adding into it. So labeling will be required. Labels means the fields, we have to add fields. And finally, we can add records. Record means once we fill this form and click on save, a record gets generated. See, you can see here are the records. This is one record, second record, third record, fourth record. These all are records. Clear?
Yep. Yep.
Right? So we have to, so basically you have to follow this terminology. You have to remember this terminology. So that will be easy. So that you can easily relate it with the Salesforce. Now, when it comes to Salesforce, in Salesforce, we have two types of applications, two types of object, two types of fields. Standard application, standard application, standard object, standard field. Standard means predefined. 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 Predefined means it's already defined by Salesforce, by system. And custom means user defined. User defined. So user defined. So user will be going to design this, right? So standard application, they are already designed and developed by Salesforce. Will be only using them. Okay, let me ask you a question. For example, if you bought a new phone, and when you configure your phone very first time, or even if you format your phone, and when you configure the phone, what happened? There are many system applications. There are many applications which are pre-installed. So will it be possible for you to remove those applications from your devices? Can we do that? Like we used to have applications, like we used to have apps like phone app, messaging app, right? Will it be possible to remove those apps from your devices, from your phones? Can we do that? No, we can't.
No.
Can we customize them completely? Is it possible to rename the contacts, or is it possible to change the icon of a contact? Can we do that? Like, is it possible to rename it with something else? Can we do that?
Never tried that, but I guess possible.
No, not possible actually, because those are system apps, right? And okay, those are system apps. Or let's suppose if you have downloaded any third party application, let's say WhatsApp or Facebook, can we change the Facebook icon, or can we change the WhatsApp icon? We can't.
No.
Okay, even we cannot change the color theme also. Like Facebook color theme is blue and the WhatsApp color theme is almost green. So is it possible to change it? No, we can't. Right. Color theme means not the messaging theme, not inside that. Color theme is the icon color. So we can't change that. Like instead of like WhatsApp icon is W, but is it possible to instead of replace this W with something else? No, we can't. So in short, the system applications or the third party applications, we can only use them. We cannot customize them completely. But let's suppose if you are a developer and you design and develop an application for your company, you have designed and developed a mobile app for your company. So will it be possible to customize it fully? Can we customize that completely? Yes, we can do that. Right? Because you have control on that application, because that application is designed by you. So it is possible for you to change the icon. Is it possible for you to change the look and feel of the application of that app? So we used to call it as a custom app. So in Salesforce, we used to have standard applications, standard objects, standard fields. And along with that, we can set up custom application. We can create custom applications. We can create custom objects. We can add custom fields. And anything which is custom, Anything which is considered to be the custom, we can customize that. We can delete it. We can remove it from the platform. We can remove it from the system or from our Salesforce system. But other than that, the standard functionality, standard applications, object fields, or anything which is designed and developed by Salesforce, we cannot remove them. Okay. Okay. If I ask you, like, what's your prior experience in which function, like in which technology? In SAP,
Siebel CRM.
Siebel CRM. Now, in Siebel CRM, are you using any backend database for that, or it's a cloud solution? Because I don't have much experience on that.
It's a
So how
backend
about the
database.
database in Siebel CRM? It's a backend database. So that means it's connected to any, maybe desktop database, maybe SQL or SQL Server or Oracle, which is installed on your system.
It's a app-based application, Sumit. So we have servers and it has its own database, Oracle database. We configure the connection between them, and that's how we offer a web application.
That means you have to configure an application. You have to configure a database connection.
Yeah.
Right. And you have to install, and in order to configure the database, in order to configure that, you need a dedicated server for that.
Yep.
Right. And dedicated server, and you need to maintain the database connection. You need to maintain the connectivity between the front end application or web app and the database. So in short, we require dedicated resources to manage the server. We require dedicated resources to manage the database, connectivities, and everything. Whereas in Salesforce, everything is managed by Salesforce. Even the database also managed by Salesforce. We don't have to set up any database. We don't have to install any database actually on our local device. Number one, we don't have to install any. We don't require any dedicated system, dedicated server for this. Everything is on cloud, and the connectivity between the database and the application, front end application, will be managed by Salesforce. We only have to give instructions. We have to only tell them that I want this database. These are the instructions, and rest of the things will be managed by Salesforce based on our given instructions. Get it? Okay. So now, if I'll get back to Salesforce instance, if I get back to Salesforce,
Sumit,
so in Salesforce,
one
yes.
question.
Hmm.
So you mentioned, right, standard object, standard application. So do we have a provision to extend that customize on standard object level? Can we do the modifications? Like, modification in the sense, let's say opportunity, that's in standard object. So there are 50 columns are there. Can I extend into 51 or 52 columns on the same?
Yeah,
Or do I
definitely. You mean to say we have 50 fields and we would like to add more fields. For example, see, there is no, let's say, opportunity. If I would like to add any additional field, we can do that.
But you mentioned the standard objects level customization or not.
Customization means I cannot rename this. I cannot delete it. That's customization.
Okay.
If I want to change that, if I want to change the type, if I want to change the label, I can't do that. Okay. But if I would like to add any new field, we can do that. That is doable. We can add custom fields.
So I can clone the same, the same opportunity to another run.
Another application. See, you don't have to clone it actually. You don't have to clone anything. For example, see, this is an application called sales application. And let me open one more application, let's say marketing application. And if I open this, see, this is also a system app in marketing application. And here also you will find out opportunities. So you don't have to clone actually whenever we create an object. So this object will be, we can specify whether we want to add the custom, whether we want to or whether we want to add or place standard object in our application. Okay.
Okay. In the same application, let's say I need two opportunity screens, like, one is our out of the box standard one, another one is a customized. So can I clone that entity, which is an opportunity entity?
You cannot clone because no, we cannot in the same application. We don't have an option to clone it. Number one, we cannot clone this. But what you can do, you can create a new custom object with same label, but their names cannot be seen. There are two things. label and names. So labels can be same. For example, if I want to add one more, I want to add one more object, custom object, name as opportunity. We can do that, but only the label, but their backend name or the system names cannot be same. Okay,
Okay.
because we don't have an option. We don't have an option to clone the object. We can create a new custom object, or like opportunity is already there, so we don't have an option to clone this, because this one object can be add only once in one object can be placed only once per application. So like as you mentioned, cloning means you want to make a copy of it, and copy in terms of the name, maybe the name should be different, the name can be different.
Correct. But schema
Okay,
should be the
that is
same.
yeah, schema should be the same. That is, so then you have to, in that case, what you have to do, you have to, then there's a solution. We can download the schema for this one and then upload it with a new name. I'll show you practically these things, how to do that.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
right. So now, if you remember in last session, we discussed about that whenever we, let's suppose we join an organization, whenever we recently join a company as a Salesforce expert, and as a Salesforce end user, not as an admin, not as a developer, we recently joined an organization as a Salesforce end user, right? And when we join a company as a Salesforce end user, so definitely we have limited permission. Limited permission means we will be able to use the application, but will not be able to customize the like we will not be able to customize the application. Like end user means you can only use the application. You cannot customize their application. Okay. Now I logged in as like I recently joined an organization, and the administrator, if you remember, we discussed that the admin register an account, register a login credentials, and the administrator filled only required details. The rest of the details I have to fill by myself. Okay, rest of the details, rest of the details I need to fill by myself, my personal information. How do I do that? How do I do that? If I want to change my personal details, how can I do that? If I want to change my password, get it? Or if I want to change my locations, or if I want to change my working time zone, how do we do that? See, Salesforce is a multi-tenant platform. Multi-tenant platform means multiple users can log in on the same application from different regions. For example, if I am operating from India, so I would prefer to set my time zone as IST time zone. If you will be operating from US, let's suppose one of you will be operating from France, and the third one will be operating from Japan. So what happened? All of you will be operating from three different regions. So what you want to set the time according to your according to your time zone, and even the language also. Okay, three different languages. So in short, what we are talking about customizing the personal settings. You know that in like we can manage the personal settings by going to the settings option in any app. Okay, I would like to manage my personal settings, and in order to manage my personal settings, let's suppose I want to change my password. I know my password, but I want to change it. There are two possible ways. Number one, we can request to an administrator that please reset my password. Or number two, you will open a link to reset the password. We'll follow a link to reset password by ourselves. So what do you think? Which method you will follow? If you have to reset your password, which method you will follow? You will reach out to the administrator and request an administrator that please reset my password, or you will open an option and you will reset the password by yourself. What do you think?
Following the link is the more secure way. So generally,
Definitely. In that case, you don't have to reach out to the administrator, and obviously, like if just think that if every employee will be reaching out the administrator to reset the password, then the administrator will be doing only these things. Okay, so this will create unnecessary load on administrator, right? So therefore, the Salesforce system provides a link to reset the password. And how do we do that? How do we reset a password? Or how do we customize our personal settings? Click on view profile. So whoever logged in, they can do that. They are allowed to customize their settings, but not the company setting, but they can customize their own personal settings. So click here and settings. And when click on settings, these are personal settings, not the company one. And here, see this, can change the name, alias, email, nickname, phone number, extension, fax, mobile. They can just fill up the details if it is needed. They can just enter all the details. Okay, they can just mention the details. Address, city, zip code. So what admin does, actually admin fill up all the required one. Rest of the information, the users, they can complete by themselves. They can fill by themselves, like working information, company name, title, department, divisions, employee number. Let's say starting time will be 9 a.m. to, let's say, 6 p.m. and save this. That's a personal information. Get it? That's a personal detail. Now, for example, as I mentioned, I forgot my password. So here's a link. Change my password. And there are, okay, resetting my password and forgot password, two different options. If resetting password means if I'm changing my password, that means I should know my existing password, old password. Here I have to enter my current password and the new password and the security question series. If I want to change my password. And if I forgot my password, then we can, if I forgot my password, then we can request from here, like login.salesforce.com, and here's an option. Here, forgot your password. So just in case, if you forgot your password, you have to use this option. And if you want to reset your password, then you have to follow this link and reset it. Change my password. Now, I would like to see more information about myself. So I'll just go to advanced user details. And in advanced user details, I can see my information, that what's my name, email, username, nickname, title, other information, my license and my profile. See this, I'm an administrator. My role is a CEO role, and I'm an administrator, system administrator, right? And when I click on edit, I would be able to customize other settings. And here's an option, see this, time zone. My time zone is the IC time zone. But let's suppose, like in your case, I mentioned, if you want to change your time zone, so you can change it from here. This is your time zone, not the company one. This is your time zone from where you will be operating. The time zone, locale, and language. And like as I mentioned, let's suppose one of you is operating from France, and like he is good in French language. So definitely he wants to access the interface in French language. So here, or if one is operating from Japan, so would like to access the interface in Japanese language. Here it is. Get it? So same application can be accessed by multiple users in different languages. Clear? This one. So basically, what is this? That's the advanced user details. Advanced user details.
Sumit,
Okay.
one question.
Yeah, tell me.
Should I? Should I? Yeah. So
Yeah,
we bring that as should we as we bring that the password concept, in a corporates, in almost in every organization. So we have an SSO, right? So the password reset is maybe not applicable for the Salesforce, like a specific application. So this SSO configuration is also allowed, right? Here, this and every organization, they have their own authentication mechanism, and internal have their own policies. So how Salesforce is going to be adhere that approach?
So that could be done by the integrations. You're talking about SSO configuration. So that what happened, the developers, they will be going to configure the SSO, single sign-on actually. SSO is a single
Right.
sign-on.
Correct. Single
Right.
sign-on. This not only the Salesforce. Maybe there are many applications being used by the
Yes,
agent, right?
right. So basically, they would like to see what is a single sign-on. SSO is basically we would like to allow the users to log in not only by using Salesforce credentials. Maybe they just want to sign up or log in by using their Gmail account, Google account, or they would like to They would like to log in by using their LinkedIn account or Facebook account, right?
Mm,
That is
yeah, maybe
SSO.
they.
So we have to configure that. For example, let me show you one example. See, for example, there is a platform from the Salesforce called Trailhead. This is for the learning platform. I will be going to introduce this platform to you as well, so that for practice purpose, more okay. But in this Trailhead, when I click on sign up, see there's a sign up option, and in a sign up option, there are possible ways to sign up. See this. What are the possible ways to sign up here? See this. So I can sign up by directly using my Salesforce credentials, or I can sign up by using Google account or LinkedIn account or Apple account or Facebook account. This is the SSO configuration. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, kind of, but in yeah,
Generally, in a corporate, Sumit, we don't go for this social networking sites ID password. Every corporate will have their own ID password, right? We are working for a company. I'm working for a company. I have my ID password. So the same ID password is used for all enterprise applications, including Salesforce. So, uh, so I think what Gopi is trying to understand is for our corporate logins, if I have to connect Salesforce with that corporate login, how is that possible?
So in that case, okay, in your corporate login, so what happened from your corporate logins? So that's what I'm talking about. So we have to configure the single sign-on settings. So single sign-on settings need to configure. See this. In order to authenticate users in a Salesforce.com from external environment. Now, external environment could be social or it could be your company domains.
Correct.
yeah, that's an adapt one something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this need to be configured, and this is a job of a
So do
developer.
you know
Developer will
the
do this.
process to configure this, Sumit? I mean, I see SAML-based assertion validator. That is one way, but I'm not sure about the settings. So, will you be covering that
Yeah.
settings also as part of?
Yeah, I would be doing that, but I need to check it that which. So we required few information. Like when we edit this, we need couple of details,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we have to configure the settings, and so SAML single sign-on settings. We need to configure that, and then we need to provide the information. See this. We require some details to configure, and
Yep.
some
Yep.
codings need to be done. Some
Yep.
codings
Yep.
need to be done in that.
Right. Right. So, will you be covering that in this course?
Yeah, that is a part of an integration thing.
Oh,
Okay.
When we talk about
so,
the development, so then it comes in integration.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. So when we covering the Salesforce development part, then it's that time we'll be doing this. Right. So I was just talking about this advanced user details. So in this advanced user details, what happened? Like I myself can customize the settings. I can manage my personal settings. See, these all are my settings. Admin has nothing to do with this, and other user they have nothing to do with this. Okay, I can change my password. I can set my language and time zone also. See, if I just want to set my language and time zone, I can do that. For example, if I set my language to Japanese language, save this. Now what happened? The whole interface will change into Japanese language. So when I refresh, have a look. See this. See? Same application will be accessed by multiple users, but for me, the interface will be in Japanese language. And if my keyboard support Japanese, I can type in the Japanese. So I can access the information in the Japanese language. Translation. This is auto translation. And if I'll get back, I can do that. Okay. Now one more thing. Let's suppose I would like to know that how many times I have logged in. Okay, one thing. If I tell you my username and password, Okay, let's talk about the security of Salesforce. For example, if I share my credentials to you, you will not be able to log in into that. Okay, so that means that even if you know my credentials, you won't be able to log in into Salesforce account using my credentials. Reason: Salesforce tracks the IP, system IP. That okay, so every time a user logged in, Salesforce will track the IP address, and if okay, let's suppose I try to log in. So Salesforce quickly check that whether I logged in earlier from the same IP address. If the IP address is different, then what happened? Salesforce will throw an error message, or it will send a verification code on the mail ID. Okay, it will send a, it's like it send a verification code. Verification code is similar to the OTP. So it will send like a OTP on mail ID, and once I mention that OTP, then only I will be able to log in. Okay, and here it is. For example, if I say login history, you can see in this login history is checking out my login time, source IP, login type is application, this last login, and last password change or reset. So we set the password last time. Success, browser, login.salesforce.com, and location will be India. So it tracks everything. And I can download the login history for last 6 months. This is for auditing purpose. Okay, this is for auditing purpose. If it is required, we can audit that. I just for okay. So this is, but one thing, this is only, these are personal information only for myself. But let's suppose, being an administrator, I would like to download the login details for the complete organization. And in that organization, we have hundreds of users. So I just wanted to check, I just want to track actually that which user logged in, what time, from which IP address, and how many times he tried to log in basically, and basically that which user failed to log in and why. So I would like to check those details, that information, and that to be organizational level. This is personal level, but if I'm looking for organizational level, then what we need to do? We need to get back to setup. See this. So I click here and navigate to setup here. And in setup, search for login history. So this login history and this login history is different. Why? This login history for my personal, only for myself. And this login history is an organizational level login history. And when I click on this login history, it tracks more detailed information. See this. User, which user logged in, what time, what's the IP, location, login by using applications, success, browser, Windows platform, everything. So see, it tracks everything for you. It tracks everything, detailed information. So, and just in case if failed to log in due to some reason, maybe the password is wrong, or because we have a security feature in Salesforce that we can restrict the users to log in from any location. We can restrict users that they can log in only from a particular IP, or we can restrict users to log in only at a particular time. Okay, so we can configure that particular IP and at a particular time. Get it? So we can do that. So for that, in that case, this will help us to out that just in case if the user is blocked to log in due to some reason, so I would be able to know that why that user is blocked. And if any unauthorized user try to log into Salesforce, I would be able to get a notification alert that a user tried to log in from this particular IP address, and then I can block that IP permanently. So that from next time, if any request comes from that particular IP, Salesforce will not entertain that. Get it? Login history. These are login details, login information. Okay, let's suppose. Okay, let's understand like this. The next requirement. For example, we all are at the remote location, right? We all are at the remote location, and I'm an administrator, and you are end user, Salesforce end user. And now what happened? and I'm the administrator. We all are working in the same company, but I'm working in admin role, and you are working as a Salesforce end user. And now you will be facing some issues in your application, or maybe you're not able to, like you will be facing some issues in the system in terms of Salesforce platform, and you're not able to resolve that. You're not able to find out that what's the issue, what and why it is happening, and what's the solution for that. Get it? And you are at a remote location. So if you are in an office, you can talk to someone, and you can show your application to that user. You can show your application to the technical team, and what they will do, they will sit with you and resolve the issues you will be facing. But let's suppose if you are traveling and you are at a remote location, then what will you do? Then we can use desktop sharing tool. Okay, and using desktop sharing tool, we can take the help of the technical team. Get it? By using desktop sharing tool. So Salesforce provides an internal functionality, and using that internal functionality, what I can do, in using that internal functionality, what you can do, like for example, you will be facing an issue, so you will give me access. So you will be okay as an administrator. You will basically what you will do. You will give permission to me to log in as you, or to access your interface, to access your system, maybe for an hour, or for a day, or for a month, for some time. Get it? So basically, here it is. See this grant account login access. What is grant account login access? To assist with support issues, you may grant your administrator or support personnel the ability to log in as you and access your data. And in this case, because see, I'm an administrator, so definitely I cannot give permission to myself. I'm already an administrator. But if you have another user as a non-administrator, then that user can grant access permission to the admin or to the Salesforce support, Salesforce.com support. And what I can do, I can give one day access, one day permission. So what happens? Again, I can request to the Salesforce support team. They will find out my details, and they can log in as me. Okay, they can log in as me from their system, and okay, they can log in as me from their system, and they can resolve my issues. And once the resolution is done, I can remove the permission. I can remove this, so that if they try to connect again tomorrow, they will not be able to do that. You clear with this?
Can you click on that drop down once, Sumit? I just want to see what are the options available.
This is that how long do you want to give permission? For 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, like this.
Yeah. Just click on that drop down once.
Yeah, I already clicked drop down. This is okay. Actually, I clicked it, but it's not visible to you. Just a second. Let me share the entire screen. See what happened. This application is shared, no? That's it.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. So 1 day, 3 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Okay.
So how long do you want to
And
access your app?
this can be set up at the organization level, because if I want to have this as a global setting for all my users, can I manage that as administrator?
No, not from an administrator, because that's a personal setting. That's a personal setting.
Sorry?
This is a personal setting,
That's a
so that's
personal
a personal
setting.
setting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a personal setting.
Okay.
And this will allow the administrator. So how do we determine who will have the access? Only the people having the administrator role they can access.
Only see, it's mentioned here. See this. What is this? You may grant your administrator or support personnel. Only
Support
two.
personnel. So a person, I mean, is an administrator or a support. How is that determined? Is that based on role or something else?
See, For example, right now I'm an administrator. If you see when I open that, so my role is I'm already an administrator, right?
Yeah.
I'm already an administrator. So how can I give permission to myself? I'm already an administrator, so already I have got all the access. But let's suppose being an administrator, if I need some help from the Salesforce.com support, so I can give
Yeah.
permission to Salesforce.com support here. Okay. But if I logged in as a non-administrator, then we'll get two options here. Right now I'm getting only one option because I'm already an
Okay.
administrator,
Okay. Got it.
right?
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, but if I logged in as a non-administrator, then we'll get here two options. One, Salesforce.com support. One more option we'll get here, Salesforce admin.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll get an option over there.
Yeah. So let's say if I log in, based on my role, it will be determined whether I'm an administrator or a support. And if
That's
I
right.
have
That's
to
right.
access with you, okay. And
Okay, let's suppose. Let me explain. Let's suppose you are not an administrator. Let's suppose your profile is okay. Your profile is not an admin profile. Your profile is a standard user profile, for example.
okay.
Okay, you are a user profile or end user. Your profile is an end user profile, not an admin profile. So when you logged in, you will get, and let's suppose you logged in into your system and you will be having some issues in your system. So what will you do?
Yep.
Like as I mentioned, two
Yep.
approach. Either you can connect to your admin or you can connect to the support team, right?
Got it.
So then what will you do? You will go to your personal settings and grant account login access, and you can give permission to your admin to access to login as you from his system.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
That's understood.
So
So
hmm.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, tell me.
So let's say if I grant the access as an end user, and my admin then further access my account through his machine, can he
That's
see
right.
all my uh, I mean the real data also, like opportunity details,
Yes,
account details, or
everything.
anything?
See this.
Yeah, I mean, I was just checking whether it's access your data in the same the business data also, or only the technical configuration data.
No. Everything. See, if
Every
let's
damn
suppose
thing.
being an admin, if I log in as you, so I would be able to see all the details.
Got it.
Get it?
Yeah, got it. But I mean, I feel it would be a security issue if I grant my data access to others. At least in my corporate, that
Yeah,
will be the case.
but you will be going to give permission to your admin only, not to anyone
Mm,
else.
Got it.
And moreover, admin already got all the permissions. Let's suppose today you are working in a company, and tomorrow you decided to quit the job and you resign from your position. Then who will be going to manage the responsibilities in your absence?
Mm-hmm.
Then what admin will do? Admin will override, and admin will. So then what happened? Then admin can access, or admin can log in as you or access your account, right? Then you have to make admin as you have to give permission to admin that in my absence, admin can manage all my responsibilities, or admin is going to manage this. By the time
Yeah.
other employee didn't join as in your place.
Got it.
Got it? And
No,
see,
it
and
works slightly
don't worry about
differently in
the.
my organization. But I understood the concept. That's fine.
Right. Actually, the systems, the applications, definitely there are some difference in the application. And the most important thing, if we talk about the data security, so even if our data gets changes, so system tracks everything, that which data has been changed and which user has modified the information. It tracks everything, and it quickly give notification alert that this information has been changed by this user.
Okay.
Right. So that security we have.
Okay. Can you just
Okay.
go on this login history once? I have one question there. So I see it
So
shows
which
the IP
login history?
address.
The personal one or the organization one?
Yeah, let's go to either of them is fine. So here, if this is a personal login detail, that is fine. So I can see my IP addresses. Now you're saying that I mean, at least this person, maybe it's your account, you have logged in from multiple IP addresses, 102 and 194. So when you log in from a different machine, you will be asked for or send the security code on your registered email ID, and that is where you need to approve that, okay, I'm the same person logging from a different machine.
I'm the same person.
Correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
But
right.
then it just show the login time. Does it not show how long the session was active or the session ended or something like that?
No. It won't show that. It won't show that. It won't show that. But if we want to add that, so then we can see, we can, let's suppose if that kind of requirement comes, then what happened? Uh, 1 second. So we have this, you can just download this login history for 6 months. And when you download this login history, so we set the login history, latitude, longitude, post, see this source IP, login time. It won't show you the login hours. If you want to see that, what we have to do, we need to create some trigger, or we need to write a programming for that, custom code for that. That what time user logged in and what time user logged out.
Hmm. Hmm. And
Right?
if the user
Because
doesn't log out, also there will be a default session timeout, something like that, right?
2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay.
Is
Yeah.
that
That's
the
the standard
standard?
for.
Same.
That's a standard for everyone, but it is customizable. We can edit that.
Okay.
Yeah, it is editable. For example, for security reasons, I want to log out after every. I want to log out that if a user logged in and did not perform any activity for next 15 minutes, I want to log out. It is we want to time out the session. It is possible. So that thing comes under profiles. That comes under profile because that's a profile level security, profile level setting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll be going to cover this when we discuss about securities and sharing. That time we have this. So if, for example, if I open system administrator, and in system administrator, if I edit this profile, see this session timeout, 2 hours, 15, 30, 1 hour, how long? If I said 15 minutes, then what happened after the 15 minutes? If I do not perform any operation, my session will be timed out.
Got it.
Okay. So so it is possible to customize. And all these customization will be done by administrators.
Yep.
Okay, got it?
Yep.
Okay, so that's a personal settings. Now, very quickly, I'll show you one thing here. For example, this is, if you can see, this is a sales application. And here, I have that console. Okay. I don't have sales console, but let me show you one thing. We have service and service console. That's the same application, service. And here I have got service console. If you see the look and feel in service, we have all the objects placed like this. These are the objects. This is your application. These are objects or tables, you can say, account, contact, cases, reports. For example, if I want to see all the registered cases, click on case, and all open cases, all closed cases, my cases, means we can just filter it out. Get it? These are all the cases, right? And if I want to see the detail of this record, what to do then? We have to click on this and it will open that record for us. Now, if I want to preview the detail of second record, what to do then? For second record, you have to go back to case and then click for second record. Get it?
So
Yep.
from the detailed record, can't we have an option to do navigate the second record?
No. We don't have. Because we don't have an option for that. Because there is no
It's a
arrow
fine.
here. Something. Yeah,
Correct.
there is no arrow. Something to get to second record. Right. Whereas if I'll open this service console, first of all, you see no objects will be placed. The object placed in a drop down window. Here, drop down option. I'll just click on all open cases. Here, when I click on first record, it opens in a separate tab, and all my record moves to left side. Second record, third record, fourth record. So like this, we can work on multiple records simultaneously. Get it?
Okay.
This is
It's a
the
con.
console. Yeah, and that's the standard navigation. This is called standard navigation, and the second one called console navigation. And in console navigation, we have an option that we can access the information, we can access the record in tabs.
Just the records.
Got it? Now the
So
question is
is there
why
any
I'm talking about this.
is there any limit? Let's say I'm selecting 10, 15, the tab. So
No limit. It keeps adding and keep adding
mhm.
and keep
So
adding.
if you just
But then what happened? Yeah, for example, if I keep on adding, then what happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you'll get more options here.
this is service console. So the service
Yeah, that's
console, it's applicable for all entities, right? Now we are in all cases. Maybe the same case is applicable for opportunities, accounts, contact, and every entity
yes,
is on the same
yes,
approach.
yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so let's stop it here. In our next session, within tomorrow's session, I'll show you that how do we create a custom one. How do we do customization? Because that is our primary focus. That how do we create custom applications, and how do we create a totally new custom application with custom objects, fields, and everything. So that we'll be going to discuss in our tomorrow's session. So let's begin today's session. And what's the agenda for the day? What are we going to discuss? So today we are going to talk about relationships. What exactly do we mean by relationships? What are the different type of relationships we have in Salesforce, and how do we manage relationships? How do we configure relationships? Now, when I say relationships, so relationship means that how two objects will be related or connected with each other. So whenever we have to work on an application, or whenever we have to design any project or design an application in Salesforce, we used to create application and objects and fields, but now it's trying to relate or connect the objects with each other. Let me ask you a question. For example, we got a position object and one candidate object. Any relations, like, can you think of any connectivity between them? Can you think of any connectivity between position and candidate that we can connect both of them together? Is it is it possible? Can we do that? If you want to connect them together,
So for one candidate can apply for multiple positions, while for one position, multiple candidate can apply.
yeah. So that means it's possible to add a relationship, but the issue is if we connect both the objects together, then then what happen? We need to add duplicate records in both of them. For example, let's suppose one candidate will be going to apply for multiple positions. So it will be like this on a candidate object, candidate number one, and then we just add a reference to the position object that this candidate register for this position. Now, if I want to if this candidate is going to apply another positions or for other positions as well, so we have to add duplicate records for that candidate. Right. In same manner, if it's a position, so let's say position. So for one position can be applied by many candidates. So again, sales manager, this position is this position is applied by this candidate number one or candidate number two. So in this case, we need to add duplicate records in both the objects. For example, let's take an example like this, and we'll try to understand that. Let's say there is an option called there is an object called product product ID, product name, product ID, product name, and let's say price, and one more table, customer ID, customer name, okay, customer ID, customer name, and other identifications. We have product ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and product name, let's say A, B, C, D. 4 products and their price 20, 30, 20, 30, 45, 60. We have customer ID 1, 2, 3, 4 customers. Customer name PQRS. Or let's say Sam, Mike, Peter, Paul. 4 customers. Now, one customer, Sam, can place, can buy multiple products. So this Sam can buy product A. Let's suppose if I just add a reference, so I need to add a reference here. Like what reference? I need to connect it in the. I just add a reference for the product ID. So that's this Sam purchase product ID number 1. If Sam wants to buy 4 more products, so it should be like this: Sam order product 1 again. Sam buy product number 3. Sam order product number 2, like this. So don't you think that we have to add duplicate records for that Sam? Right? We need to add duplicate records in this case. So in order to avoid duplicate records, what do we do? What should we do then in order to avoid duplicate records? So in order to avoid this, what we used to do, we used to create a third table called order table, and in this order table we'll say order 1. This order is placed by which customer and for which product. So we can say order 1, order 2. So this order is placed by, let's say, customer 1 and for product 2. Order 2 is placed by customer 1 and for product 1, like this. So here we can add customer IDs multiple times, we can add product ID multiple times, but the best thing is that we don't have to recreate the records again and again. The records are already created in the customer table and in the product table, and what we'll be doing, we add a connectivity between or reference between this table with the product table and reference between the order and the customer table. This is a kind of a relationship. Okay, this is a kind of a relationship, and this is called many-to-many relationship. Right? This is called many-to-many relationship. So when it comes to relationship in Salesforce, so we used to have multiple relationships. Basically, let me open the relationship. What are the relationships I have? Let me open that. And in Salesforce, basically in a CRM, especially in Salesforce, we have mainly 2 types of relationships: one-to-many relationship and many-to-many relationship. And one-to-many relationship is inbuilt. Inbuilt means it's already there in Salesforce. Only thing is we have to configure it. But many-to-many relationship, it's a custom relationship. And okay, it's a custom relationship. We have to configure it from the scratch. And in order to build many-to-many relationship, we need to use junction objects. So basically, in order to configure many-to-many relationship, we take help of junction object. Junction object. So we use junction object in order to configure many-to-many relationship. I'll show you practically how do we set up junction object and many-to-many relationship or one-to-many relationship. The relationships always known as parent-child relationship. For example, you all are familiar with the standard functionality like sales, you all are familiar with account, contact, opportunities, right? So when we say account, for example, if I say account, let me open an account and let me open contact and opportunities. So my question to you is, for we can for one account, can we have many contacts?
Yes. Yes.
Or is okay, or is it possible that one contact can be mapped with multiple accounts?
Yes, that's also possible.
How is it possible? If that means one contact means one contact cannot map with multiple accounts.
No, one contact can have multiple accounts, right?
No, not possible. See, what are contacts? See, account is the company. Account is the company name or company details with whom we are doing business. Okay, and contact means the stakeholder name or the key person in that company whom I'm going to connect. So, can you work in multiple companies together at the same time?
Possible, right? Maybe if a banking sector, one person can have a multiple bank accounts or multiple accounts.
Not person. See, person. I'm talking about. Can you work in multiple companies? I'm talking about the key person in that company, not the customer. If it's a customer, so that customer it's an individual customer. Can you
theoretically no, practically there are possibilities. Theoretically no, yes. As per your concept, no.
But if you are talking about the individual customers, so see if it's an individual customer, then it's okay. Then one customer, it's an individual one, and that customer is not related with any company. Okay, it's an individual customer. But let's suppose if it's an employee, okay, or if we are associating with the companies for to get the projects. So in one company we can have many employees, but one employee cannot work with many companies at the same time, right? So if let's suppose today you are working in a company, in future if you change your company, so what happened? You will know. Okay, so what happened? You will quit your job from the current company, and then you will join a new company. It's not like that. You cannot join both the companies together. Even in practically also, it's very difficult. Get it? But if you are a freelancer, then it's possible you can work with many companies together. You can work with many projects. Okay. Yeah. So for example, let's take an example of a school. One student in one class, we can have many students, but one student cannot attend many. One student cannot sit in many classes together, right? So that's why when we click on accounts, when I click on account and click on new, see there is no information about account here. See this. And one thing I mentioned is the parent-child relationship. So the most important thing while setting up a relationship is we have to identify the parent and the child object. So as you can see here, we have account names, parent account. Parent account means you can say we have a main company and then the sister concerns, right? So that's the account name is there, account number, account site, but there is no information about contact here. Billing address, additional, there is no information about contact. But at the other hand, if I open a contact and click on new contact here, and here in this contact, I got this account name. This account name. I can add account name. I can select account name here. Is that clear? Now, in this case, how do we identify which will be a parent object and which will be a child object? So in this case, account will be the parent object and candidate will be the child object because candidate is going to link with the parent. And and candidate will be going to use the properties from the parent object. Okay. So here there is no information about account contact. So this information is only here we have information only about accounts, and here we can have an option to relate it or to associate it with an account, but only one account at a time.
So if I'm adding one contact, so this contact can map only with one account. Now, and see, this field is not a required field. It's not a mandatory field. So it is possible that I can skip this. For example, I just registered a new record and I simply save this. So it's not necessary to connect or to associate it with an account series. Why? Because contact means the key person name who will connect with us to place the orders or to buy the products. So it may possible that that contact is an individual customer. He is not he is not related with any company, or the billing will be done on the customer name. And if the billing will be done on the company name, then it considered to be as then the contact the account information will be needed, or the company information will be required. For example, if I'm doing retail trainings, okay, if I'm doing retail trainings or you will be doing retail trainings, so the billing will be done in your name. Who will be paying for your training? You will be paying, or your company will be paying? Your company will be paying for your trainings. You will be paying for that, right? So if you will be paying, then what happens? The billing will be done in your name, and it doesn't matter you provide your company name or you don't provide your company name. That doesn't matter. Not really required. But let's suppose you say that, let's suppose you mention that I need a billing in my company name. So then what happened? I need the company information also. Or else, let's suppose if we require a corporate training. Okay, if we require a corporate training, so in that, okay, for that particular training, for the corporate training, for whom I'm going to connect? Like, am I going to connect all the participants one by one, or there will be a key person with whom I'm going to connect, and he will manage everything. He will take care of the training and sharing the meeting IDs and collecting all the participants. So he will be the person. He will be the key person who will coordinate between trainer and the participants, and he will manage everything. So that person information will be added in a contact, and then I need to add the account information. Is that clear? Now,
Yeah.
one contact can give one contact can give many opportunities to us or not. Like one customer can place multiple orders here. One customer can buy many orders. In same manner, one contact can give many opportunities. One contact can place multiple opportunities or can have multiple opportunities. See this again, opportunities. In this case, contact will be the parent and opportunities will be the child. One customer can register multiple cases, right? One customer can register multiple cases. Again, contact will be parent and cases will be child. Parent-child relationship, right? One contact can be mapped in many campaigns. So I can use the contact information in order to in campaigns. We can plan campaigns, and while sending the campaigns details of a marketing, I can use the same customer detail multiple times. Reusability: register once, reuse many. Okay. For example, if you want to buy some product, what will you do? Will you register every time? Will you sign up a new account every time, or you sign up once and reuse that account you register once, you sign up once and reuse it? What will you do? You will register once, and then every time you use the same credentials to log in into the shopping to the e-commerce cloud, and then make the payment and like to place the orders. So this means that's the relationship, and the relationship is parent-child relationship. So in Salesforce, we have relationships, mainly two types of relationship: one-to-many relationship and many-to-many relationship. Both are parent-child relationship, parent object, child object. But it is very important whenever you get a requirement to build a relationship in Salesforce, or if you are going to add a relationship in Salesforce, it is very important to identify which will be a parent object and which will be a child object. And there are certain similarities and rules. So we'll talk about that. Now in Salesforce, we can set up one-to-many relationship or many-to-many relationship by using lookup relationship field or master detail relationship field. So that's why whenever we whenever we try to add a new field in an object, you will get an option lookup relationship field and master detail relationship field. What is the difference between both of them and what are the similarities between both of them? So the similarities are both are one-to-many relationship by default. So both lookup and master detail both will be one-to-many relationship by default. In both relationship, the relationship field always created on the child object. Now, if you look at the account and contact here, as you can see on account, okay, on account, we do not have any information about contact, right? We don't have any information about contact. Get it? We don't have. But if I click on contact and click on new contact, see this. If we open a contact, so there is a reference for the account name. So that means the relationship field always placed on the child object. Got it? So we always place the relationship field on a child object. This proves this point. So in both relationship, the relationship field always created on the child object. Clear? And the third point is very, very important. And what's the third point? The relationship field always point to standard field whose API name is name on the parent object. Okay, so it is very important to remember these points. Those are the relationship field always point to the standard field whose API name is name. If you remember, whenever we create the relationship, whenever we create a custom object, so it automatically creates 5 standard fields, and out of 5 standard fields, there is one standard field there is one standard field which is known as record name, and the API name of the field name of that field is name. So we have created 2 objects right now, the position and candidate. Okay, we created 2 objects right now, position, candidate. Let me show you. When I click on position, when I open position object properties, which is which field, field name is name. Let's check it out. So here we have fields like position name, open date, close date, and many other fields. And if I just check the field name, when I click on fields and relationship, so we can see position name. What's the API name? Name. Right? In same manner, if we click on candidate object, so on candidate object, the candidate number is the standard key. Okay, so candidate number is the standard field whose API name is name. So this means whenever we try to add a relationship field, whether it's a lookup relationship or it's a master detail relationship, it always points to the standard field whose API name is name on the parent object. So it always connect to the standard field whose API name is name on the parent object. So this we need to remember while configuring relationship, while setting up relationship. We need to manage that. We need to configure that accordingly. Clear to you?
Yeah.
So these are the similarities. Now, what are the differences? Let's talk about the differences. So the first difference between lookup and master detail is lookup is not mandatory, not required by default. Mandatory means it is not required. You can see on a contact object, like here on a contact object, we added we created a new record, new contact, but account is not required. We skip this value. We have an option to select a value, but we skipped it. And still the record gets created, or even if I try to, if I edit and save records, it is acceptable. Okay, it's accepted. That means adding value in that lookup is not required. It is by default, it is not needed, but while setting up the relationship, we can configure that. If it is required, we can configure. Okay, if it is required, we can configure that. Right? So that is the first difference. And the master detail relationship, it is always required. So master detail relationship always required. That means if it's a master detail relationship, we cannot skip the record, or we cannot create a record without adding any values into that, without selecting any values. So it is mandatory to add a value here. First difference. Second difference, deleting parent record in lookup relationship, it won't delete the child record. That means when we will be deleting the parent record in a lookup relationship, so if I delete the parent record or master record, it won't delete the related child record. Okay, it won't delete the child record. Whereas in a master detail relationship, if I delete the parent record, it will remove its related child record. We'll see this practically with the examples. Okay, this one. And the last difference is we can add up to 40 lookup fields on a child object, but we can add only two master detail relationship field on a child object in a master detail relationship. So that means on one child object, it can connect with 40 parents if it's a lookup. But if it's a master detail, if you are setting up a master detail, so one child object can connect only with two parent objects. So these are the similarities and differences between lookup and master detail relationship. So quickly take a screenshot of it, everyone.
Taken.
Yeah, done. Okay. So these are the similarities and differences. And while setting up relationship, always remember these points. So this will help you to build a relationship or to configure a relationship whenever you are going to add it, whenever you are going to configure that. So if you repeat, so these points will help you to build a relationship. Now let's take an example, and what we'll do, we'll be going to see the examples of both lookup and master detail relationship one by one, and we'll see practically. And for this, what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new custom object. Okay, I'm going to add a new object in Salesforce in our application, and that object is I'll call that object as job application. So I label that object as job application, job application, job applications, and that this should be an auto number. So job application number, auto number, J, and this. That's the format. And I scroll down, check the required options, and click on save. Right? And once we click on save, we need to register. We need to add a tab. So let me quickly create a tab also. And next, let's complete these. Let's complete this result. Next, and I want to make this object available only for our custom application. See, let me refresh. And in this object, I'm going to add one field quickly, and that field is called a status. So I'm just going to add one field. It's a pick list. So it's a pick list here. And I set that field value as status. And the values I'm going to add new, open, new, on hold, accepted, or on hold, I can say, accepted or rejected. And I use first value as the default one, always require a value, and next. Next. Save. So object is ready with one custom field. Job application. Click on new job application. Save this record. But my question is, this record, is it a complete record? Is this record is giving you the complete information? And if it is not giving you complete information, what information will be missing here?
For which position he applied and what's the who has applied. Both are important.
Both information will not be available. So that means we have, so it's an incomplete record. And what informations are missing? So we'll be missing informations like that who submitted this job application, which candidate. So we don't have the candidate information, and this job application is for which position. So these two informations will be missing. Now we have two approaches to do that. Number one, if you want to do that, what we can do, we can add a field. We can add a text field. Okay, we can add a text field, input field. And let's suppose while creating the application, while we'll be creating an application, okay, so we'll be adding a field. And what we'll do, let's suppose if I want to apply for a position, I want to apply for a position. So what I do is I copy the sales manager and paste it in that field. Do you think so? This will be a correct approach? So every time we copy the position name and then paste it here, or we should get a list here to select the position we want to apply. Which is the best one? Like add the position names manually or select the position names from a list. Which is more user friendly?
Select the position with the right approach.
Select the position names. So that means we want, so what we are trying to do now, we would like to build a relationship between two objects, the job application and position object, because we would like to get the position information on a job application. So now, which object will act as a parent and which object will act as a child? Which will be a parent object and which will be a child object?
Position is a parent. Job is a child.
Okay. And why you say that? How you decide that position will be parent and job application will be child? Why not job application will be parent and position will be child?
Because one position for multiple people can apply.
That's right. So for one position, we can receive many job applications. We can have many job applications. Okay. So we identify the parent and the child object. That position will be parent and job application will be child. And right now I'm going to build a lookup relationship. Okay, so I'm going to configure a lookup relationship for testing purpose. So as per the rule, the relationship field always created on the child object. That means we need to add a relationship field on child object. And which is the child object? Job application is a child object. So therefore, we will be going to add a relationship field on child object. So we'll be going to add a new field on child object. So I just select lookup relationship. See, I'm on job application. I select lookup relationship. Click on next. Step number 2, we have to select the related object. Related means we have to select the parent object here. Okay, we need to select the parent object, and my parent object is position object. Okay, my parent object will be position object. And next. Now, the third option, this one. The relationship field always point to the standards field whose API name is named on the parent object. That means we always have to point. So because we are going to add a field, the field will be going to place on a child object, and that field always point to the standards field whose API name is named. First of all, it always point to the standard field, not to the custom field. Never. It never happens that the field on a child object can refer or can connect with or can associate it with a child with a custom field. It always relate with the standard field whose API name is name or whose field name is name. So now on position object, because see, that's a label thing, label and field label. So this will be the label which will be visible here on a job application object. So right now we have job application number status, and what happened? The relationship field will be the relationship will be placed on the job application. What will be the label? Okay, so we have to display a label, and as I mentioned that it always point to the standard field whose API name is name. So what I'm doing is because on position object, this is a standard field, record name field whose the API, the field name is name. So I just set the same label, position name. And remember one thing, this is a label. You can add any label, doesn't matter. Even if you give anything else instead of position name, if I give, let's say, position location, or if I say position salary, if I say salary, or even if I give my name also, that's just a label. It has nothing to do with the field. That means you can give any label. I can give XYZ, or I can give your name or my name. It's okay. But when we click on that field, it automatically fetch the position names. It automatically displays the position name in that list, in that drop down. Okay. So this is just a label. So it's okay. This is just a label. So it is not going to make any impact on that. So therefore, what I can do, I use here position name because I know that on the position object, the field which it is going to map, the label is position name, right? See, as I mentioned here, this option, lookup is not mandatory. It is not required actually. It is not required by default. But we have an option to set it required. See this. By default, it is not needed, but if you want, we can set this always required. We can set this always required. There is an option called lookup filter option. What exactly this lookup filter is? Right now, you can see how many positions are there? 3 positions. So when the relationship field will be placed on a job application object, and when we click on that relationship field, it will it will display all the positions we have. So there are 3 records. It will display all these 3 position names. But now what I want is, I would like to display only those positions whose status equals to open. So that means on a child object, the relationship field, the position relationship field, it should display only those position record whose status equals
Welcome to
to
this quick
open.
guide on automation
So
testing.
we need to add
Let's
a lookup
explore
filter.
what it
This
is
the
and
lookup
why
filter.
it's
What is the
essential.
lookup filter?
While manual testing
It is
requires
used
human
to apply a filter on the lookup object, lookup field, and the output, the values which is going to display in that field will be filtered value. So like right now I'm skipping this, I'm not adding it, and I'll show you without filter and with filter. So right now this I don't add any filter. I skip this, click on next, and next, and save this. Let's refresh job application. So the field is created. Let me refresh the job application object. So you can see I got position name. Now when I click on edit, position name, I can see all the position names. But out of 3 position names, this sales manager position is already closed. So do you think that we will allow the candidates to submit a job application for the position which is already closed? Can you apply? Can you apply for a job which is already closed by the company?
No.
Definitely no. So what we have to do now, either we manually tell them, okay, that this is closed, you cannot apply, or we can do like this. Let's suppose the user selects sales manager. Okay, then what happened? The job application is submitted, and while we will be shortlisting the profile, we found that this candidate applied for the position which is already closed by the company, which is already over. So what we'll do? We will put this job application in a you can say in a dead folder, not a okay, maybe in a rejected folder, in a rejected directory. So therefore, instead of taking so much of pain, why don't we filter the record here only? So how do we do that? For this, we can take help of lookup filter. See, this is a lookup record. This is a lookup position. So I click on edit, and I'm going to add a lookup filter on this field, position name and lookup filter. I expand this filter. I'm going to add a filter here. So I would like to add a filter on. Okay, here I would like to apply a filter, and I would like to apply a filter on position. So I select position name, which field, position, status field. So I would like to display only those position whose status equals to open. So position status equals to, and we just add a value equals to open and insert selected. So what we are doing, we applying a filter here. Save this. Let me refresh, reload, and test it. And see, only limited records. When I click on position name, I can see only 2 records, Salesforce admin. Third record is missing. Why third record is missing? Because third record status is closed and we have already applied a filter, or we have already placed a filter on lookup field that if the position status is open, only those records will be visible in this lookup list. Get it? So like this way we can add a lookup relationship. Now I got stuck with a new issue, and what's that? When I click on position name, when I click on this lookup field, I'm getting two as Salesforce admin. So right now we have two openings. We have two openings both for Salesforce admin, but for different locations. One for Pune and one for Shanghai. But here, is it possible to identify that which position is for which location? Like which is for which is for Pune location and which is for Shanghai location? Can we identify that? Can we easily differentiate?
At least with
No,
this
it
single
is not.
field value, cannot.
Yeah, by single field it is not possible. But the issue is, how can we map it with other fields? It is not possible that I can add another lookup field map with the location, because location is not a standard field; it's a custom field. And like as I mentioned, the relationship field always map with the standard field, not with the custom field. Get it? And it is not possible to display. It's not possible to display multiple fields because it always connects with the standard field whose API name is name. So it's already connected. So it's not like that we can display more fields here. We can't. But definitely there must be a solution. And what's the solution? That instead of displaying the field names here, what I'll do, I search for. Let's suppose I'm going to search for a record. See, it's like this actually. See, what I'm doing is I just type in here anything I just type, and I say show all result. When I click on show all result, it will open a new window, and here I'm getting position name. Just imagine that if we can display more columns here, then because from here also we can select a record, but just imagine that if I display more columns here, will it be helpful? So will that be helpful to select the correct record?
Yes. To show the another.
Definitely, yes. But the question is, how do we show the values here? So in order to show this values, in order to display more columns, see, this is a search layout. But what we are doing, we are searching record, and we will be searching record on a position object. So therefore, in order to customize this layout or in order to customize this in this window or this layout, what we have to do, because this information is coming from position object. So therefore, I open position object details, and here there is an option called search layout. This search layout, because this information is coming from the parent object. So from on the parent object properties, I select search layout, and in search layout, the first option is default layout, and by default it displays which column only position name. That's the position. Can we display more columns? Is it possible to edit this? So let's check it out. I click here and click on edit, and I can add more columns into that. So I just add position name, maximum pay, open date, status, functional area, job level, clear, and click on save. So which setting we customize on like on parent object properties, we check these, we customize the search layout, and it's within search we edit the default one. Now let's check it out. Let me close this and let me try again. I say show all results. And now you can see I will be able to preview more fields. And if I will be able to see more fields, access more fields, now this will help you to select the correct record, to identify the correct record, or to select the correct record. Will this be helpful now?
Yeah.
Definitely this will be helpful. So like this, now like in this way, I can select. For example, if I want to apply for this location, I can select this. If I want to apply for this location, I will select this. This is the way we set up lookup relationship with the by customizing the search layout. Now, same thing we have to do for the candidate object. So let me save this. Now I need again it's an incomplete record. Why? Because we got the I know that this job application is for this position, but who submitted this record? Which candidate submitted this record? So therefore, let's create a relationship field on job application again, and this time it is going to relate with candidate. Lookup.
Sumit, one question. Can we have different page, this lookup layout for multiple entities?
Different layout for multiple entities means?
I mean, in the search layout, now we have added position related details, right? Max pay, min pay, and other things. Let's say on some other entity, I want to again create a master child relationship with position, but there I don't want to display the max pay, min pay information.
Definitely, why not? Okay, you are talking about that default one. You're talking about the different size. No, that we can't.
Selected default one.
No, that we can't, because that's a default one, and it is not possible to add a new one. We can't create another one, right? Because you see, when I switched there, when I opened that one, there was no option to create another one. The default setting, it was we customized that, but we can't we can't customize that. That would be common for the fields will be common for wherever we use that. Wherever will we connect the child with the position as a parent object. And if you search, it will list out all the fields. Okay.
Okay. Because in our application, we have such scenarios where we want to configure different search layouts. Precisely when the audiences are different. Let's say.
But if you see search layout, we don't have any option to create a new one. We can only edit this, but we can't create another one default layout.
So what you are saying that search layout is not customizable by person to person. Let's say if the same person logged into that, you should display only few values. If other person logged into that, you should display some other different value.
I got it. This cannot be personalized as per the based on the logged in user. Okay, this will be common for all the logged in.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Now, if you would like to customize it, see, that's the default one. But if you're talking about customizing based on the based on the profile, you can do that. Not at the user level, but at a profile level. Here it is possible. If you have the profile, for example, for system administrator, we can customize that. So this is possible based on the based on the profile level, not at a user level. Okay, so you have to decide. Let's suppose, for example, I decide that for the standard user profile user, I would like to display these columns. If you're talking about that thing, that is possible based on a profile, not at a user level.
Yeah, I mean, profile is nothing but a group of users, right? So I can assign.
So profile level it is possible, but not at a user level. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So that is possible. So now let's get back and quickly add the relationship field. So we need to add one more relationship field with the candidate object. We are doing that. And now I'm going to quickly add a lookup relationship field with the on job application. It is going to relate with the candidate object. Why? Because for one candidate, we can have many job applications, or one candidate can submit many job applications. And on candidate object, the standard field whose field name is the candidate number. So therefore, I set the label as candidate number, and any filter, no filter. I would like to preview, means I would like to display all the candidates information and click on next and next and next and save this. So it's done. Now let me check it out. So when I click on job application, or if I refresh job application, I would be able to see two lookup fields, one with position and one with candidate. So for position, we can select the position names, and if within candidate, we can select the candidate information. So I click on candidate number and I can add a candidate information. Let's say candidate number 1. That means this job application will be submitted by position for the position Salesforce admin and by candidate number 1. This is a lookup relationship. Now, as for the if we talk about the differences, first of all, the first difference the first difference is lookup is not required by default. So, for example, if I do not add any candidate number, still the record gets saved because lookup is not required by default. Then deleting parent record in lookup relationship, it won't affect the child record. Now let's suppose I'm going to delete this candidate record. So I click on candidate number. See, right now we have candidate number and position of the job application number 1. I click on candidate and let me remove this candidate number. I delete this record. And when I delete this record, if I delete this record, so what happened? Candidate record is deleted. Now what will happen to the job application? The job application record also get deleted. Let's check it out. No, job application, the child record will be there. The only difference will be this field become blank because it was pointing to that candidate number 1 and the candidate number 1 deleted successfully. So now it is not pointing to any of the record. So we can re-point it to some other records. If we have more candidates, we can reconnect or we can re-point to other candidate records. Got it? Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm going to restore the records from the recycle bin. In Salesforce, we have a recycle bin. Whenever we delete any record in Salesforce, within Salesforce, it moves to the recycle bin. This is not a desktop one. This is a cloud. This is a Salesforce recycle bin, which is mapped with our Salesforce org. And if I want, I can restore the record from here. So deleted date. And this record was deleted. I select this record and click on restore. And when I do that, what happened? The record will be restored and we got the job candidate details here. And now what we'll do, I'll just edit this and select the candidate number once again. Like this way we can connect. Okay, like this way we can configure lookup relationship. Clear? Now, my next business requirement is I can see candidate number, but in order to see the detail of this candidate number, okay, in order to see the detail, basically what I have to do is I have to click on the candidate number. And when I click on the candidate number, see, when I click on this candidate number, it will take me to the candidate number page, details section, and I can see the details as required. Okay, I can see the details as required. Now, if I would like to go back to the job application, now, okay, are you getting this much clear to you? Now, I would like to know, I would like to see that, okay, let's suppose at any point of time, I would like to find out, I would like to know that one candidate submitted how many job applications with us, or for one position, how many job applications we have received. I would like to find out that. Okay, I would like to figure it out. So so I would like to find out that how many job applications submitted by a candidate, or how many job applications for one, or how many job applications we have received for a particular position. How do we check that out? So for this, we need to navigate to related section for that particular record. in that object. So I'm in candidate right now. It's a parent object first of all. And in parent object, when I click on related, I will be able to see that this candidate submitted how many job applications. See, so one job application will be submitted by candidate number one. And like this way, whenever every time we add a new job application for a particular candidate, that will list out. Same thing on position object. Click on position object. I would like to know for the Salesforce, or like for a position, how many job applications. So click on a position name, related, and in related, I can see. So for this position, we haven't received any job application. If I want, we can add a new record from here also. That is also good. Okay. Okay. Now, the next business requirement is we got this job application record. And in this job application record, I would like to display the candidate information. See, as I've told you that in order to see the details of the candidate, we need to click on candidate number, and we did that. And when we click on candidate number, what happened? It redirects us there. It opened that record, and we see that record, right? We can see the detail about that record. But what I want to do now, I would like to I would like to see the details. Basically, only two information. Okay, I'm very much interested in two information from the candidate object: the name and email ID. And every time for every job application, whenever I open job application, I need to find out the name and the candidate number for that particular job application for that particular candidate. And in order to do that, I need to switch to the candidate record. But is there any possible way that we can display the candidate name and email ID on job application itself? And that candidate name and email ID will be depend on the candidate number. Okay, so the fields we are talking about, those two fields will be dependent on the candidate number. That means if the candidate number change, the value into those two fields will also change automatically. So the scenario I'm talking about here is that scenario is called cross object formula. What do we call it? We call it as a cross object formula. We are talking about cross object. Yeah. What is a cross object? That cross object means that the information will be coming from the parent object. Okay, from another object. And here another object is the parent object. So we'll be getting the information from the parent object, and where to display the information on child object. Okay. So we would like to fetch the details from the parent object and display the information on the child object. Got it? Yeah. So let's see how do we add a cross object formula, and where to add that formula? On candidate object or on job application object, like on a parent object or on a child object?
Child object, right? Child object level, we want to display.
Yeah, because on job application, we would like to display the candidate information. So that means on a child object, and job application is a child of candidate. Okay?
Yeah.
Job application is a child of candidate. So therefore, we will be going to add a field on job application in order to display the candidate name. And how do we do that? Let's see. So I click on, we are on job application, click on new to add a new field. And here I select formula field. It's a formula field because we don't want to enter the value manually. We want to automate that. So formula, it's a read-only field. Click on next. Field label. I label this as candidate number. I labeled it as candidate name, not number, candidate name. It's a formula field, so obviously there should be a return type. So what type of value it is going to return? Candidate name is a text, it's a number, it's a phone. What type of value? Character. It's a text. Yeah, character, or we can text. So I'm just going to select text here. Next, and here I need to add a formula. So because we are okay, and remember one thing, that candidate name will be depend on the candidate number. In future, if I change the candidate number, so the value in that field also, should change. So therefore, here I click on insert field. You can see there are two candidate numbers. There will be two candidate number. One candidate, so candidate number and candidate number. But the second candidate number contains one arrow, and that arrow indicates that there are more there are more fields for this particular. We have more fields for this particular related one. So when I click on candidate number, see this, it lists me out fields from the candidate object, and from here I select name, full name, and just look at the formula. Candidate number, see, it's not showing candidate number underscore underscore C. It is showing candidate number underscore underscore R. Right. And moreover, candidate number is a standard field. It's a standard field. So the API name is name, but here it is showing candidate number. Okay, it is displaying candidate number. So it's a related field. What is it? It's a related field. So candidate number underscore underscore R, that's the relation, dot then the field which we would like to fetch, the field we want to track. So from there, I would like to fetch. I would like to display full name, and I'm doing it here. Full name. Click on next. 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 Save and new, because I need one more field in order to display candidate email ID. So again, I select a formula field. Next, and it should display email ID. But what will be the data type? We don't have the data. We don't have email ID data type. Then what should we select here?
Text only.
Text only. Text only. Yeah, because we don't have the email field, but we have a text field. So text, and then the same process. And from here I select insert field, candidate number, and from here I select email ID. This is called a cross object formula. Okay, and remember one thing: the cross object formula always works between lookup and mask. Basically, lookup and mask. You can say it always works between the relationship, and the cross object formula always used to display the parent record on a child record. If you want to display any parent information on a child object okay, so therefore we use this lookup. Then we use this cross object formula. Let me check this. So when I refresh this, so two fields will be added for us. Have a look. Two fields will be placed: the candidate name and email ID. And here it is. See, candidate name and email ID. Now, what I want to do is I would like to place these two fields in a different section. So on job application, page layout, and I'm going to quickly create a new section in job application. So job application, and click on I'm going to add a new section, and that section I'm going to place after details. So drag and drop the section, and I label that section as candidate details or candidate info. Okay, and I drag and drop the candidate name and email ID in this section. Save this and refresh. So just simple. Like this way, we work with cross object formula. Okay, this is a cross object formula. Okay, it's not yet updated. So basically, it takes some time to commit. Here it is okay, not in the preview one, but when we edit it, it's this. And these fields will be depend on the candidate number. Let's suppose if I don't add any candidate number, if I leave it blank, then what happened? The name and email ID also blank. If I add a candidate number one, so these fields also get populated. And if I change the candidate number, if I replace the candidate number one with other number, some other number, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, whatever numbers we have, whatever candidate numbers we have, so the value in this field, in these two fields, the name and email ID field, will also get changed accordingly. So like this way, we will be going to work. This is cross-object formula. Clear to all of you? Any question in this?
Right. One thing, apparently I didn't got that well, Sumit. So we created a text field and then we added a formula. How did we add a formula on the text field?
It's not a text field. We created a formula field that was a return type. That what type of value that formula is going to return.
Okay.
Okay. For example, you have a programming idea, right?
Yeah.
Right. So let's suppose if you create a function in programming. So let's suppose you have Java. You have idea about Java language. Any programming language. Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever we create a function, if I use void, void means no return.
No return.
Right. But if I use a string, so string means I can store name, I can store email, I can store any other character, any other value into that. The return type. Okay. So the value, so the field we select, the data type we select over there, the text, or we have number, or we have other field, the date. So those are what? Those are return type, not the field. That's a return type. The field is a formula field.
Okay.
Okay, that's a return type. That what type of value that formula field is going to hold.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it?
So,
Right.
yeah, Sumit, one question. So, Sumit, while establishing a relation, this cross-object formula, we are connecting that object name, right? So the object name is a candidate. So when we are establishing connection, so we'll get all the objects. Now I can see the candidate. Even the same, I can see the position also, right?
Because you are on a job application, right?
Yes.
And job application is related with two parent objects. How many parent objects for job application?
Okay, two. We actually established two.
That's
One
why
is the position.
Right. So when we create a formula, when we add a formula, and when we want, okay. So if I create a formula, so there you will see, for example, see I'm on a job application, and if you look at here on job application, we got two lookup fields, one with candidate and one with one with position. So if I create a new formula here, new formula field, and let's suppose I select a formula next, and I click on, for example, I just write here test any name. And these are the return types, text, next. And now when I click on insert field, see, we got candidate number and we got position also, position name. Because we have two, because this child object is related with two parent objects. So, and let's suppose if this job application is related with 20 parent objects. So all the 20 objects names will be listed out here.
Okay, got it.
Get it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a cross-object formula. Now, let's talk about the next business requirement, and that is called master detail relationship. And as I've already told you, the difference between lookup and master detail, that master detail is always required, number one. Number two, whenever we delete the parent record, it deletes all its associated records, all its, you can say all its related records, child record, you can say. And we can add only two master detail relationship field on a child object. Now, let me answer your question. Let's suppose the employee information is there, and there is one table called attendance. Okay, there is one table called attendance table, and in that attendance table, we used to capture the employee attendance, right? In future, if the company deletes the employee data from the database, for example, they completely remove the employee data from the database, what will happen to the attendance records? The records will remain in the system, or we should delete the attendance records also?
I mean, if we delete that orphanage, there is no meaning at all to keep that into system if the parent object is removed.
So that means it should delete. Okay, and there is no point of keeping this. So are we going to do that operation manually by going get to the attendance table and first search for all the record which map to that particular employee, then delete all the records one by one, or delete select all the record. If there is an option to bulk delete, we select all the records and delete, or else we want this to be done automatically.
To be
Do
done
we want a manual operation for that, or we want an automated?
Automated is the best.
Automated is the best, because in that case, because in manual it may possible that you may miss couple of records to delete, right? Because if you'll be doing manual operations, so there must be chances of errors. So that's why we prefer to go with manual automations. Okay. So this is a scenario of a master-detail relationship. Now, in this case, you see there's a job application. Let's suppose a job application is submitted by a candidate for a particular position. And now, once the job application is submitted, that job application is shortlisted and the interview begins. So obviously, it never happens that if you today we apply a job and tomorrow if I submit a job application today, it never happens that tomorrow I will get a job. Right? First of all, I have to attend interview rounds. I need to give interviews, right? And let's suppose there are 3 rounds. Okay, for example, there are 3 rounds, and after 3 rounds, it will be decided whether I will be shortlisted or not. For example, after 3 rounds, the company will decide based on the performance. It will be decided that whether I will be shortlisted, the company will hire me or not. I will be shortlisted for the final round or not. Final selection. So first of all, we have to keep track for all those reviews. So after every interview round, there are reviewers, and the reviewers will give some reviews. So we would like to track those reviews. Number 1. Number 2, in future, if we delete the record, let's suppose if we remove the job application from the database, what will happen to those related records? So those related records should remain in the system, or we need to delete those related records. What to do with those records? With the child record which is related to the job application. If I delete this record permanently, what should happen to those records? So those records should also get deleted automatically. So this is a scenario of master detail relationship. So like this way, whenever you build a relationship, or whenever you get a chance to, or whenever you have been assigned a task to build a relationship, so first thing you have to identify this. Okay, first thing you have to identify that which is a parent object, which is a child object, number 1. And then you have to identify what type of relationship is required here, lookup relationship or master detail relationship. And then, then you have to decide, if this is a parent object, so the relationship field will be on that. And if it is like in future, if you are going to delete the record, then what? So basically, every point we have to keep in mind while working with relationships. Okay, so while working on a relationship, we have to keep all these things in our mind. Get it?
Yep. So with one question.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, so in objects, like we have a position, account, contact, all these are objects, right? So is these object, do we have any differentiator, like these are kind of transactional objects, master object? Do we have any such identifier? Is there anything there in that object level?
There is no such identification over there, because if you open the object properties, you won't find any such identifications. In descriptions, you can add. If you want, you can add it in a description. But you can add the description only in your custom object. In the standard object, we don't have an option.
Right. In generally any CRM application, accounts and contact, these are master data, like kind of standard.
Right.
when activities, opportunity, all are transactional entities. I mean, transactional objects, right? So I'm just asking in Salesforce, do we have such identifier like this is in a master
Yeah,
object?
we actually we have all these objects, but we don't have such a we don't have any what do you say that there is no identification thing that okay this is the one. So because if a person knows CRM, so he knows the standard functionalities of a CRM. So whatever functionality we have in one CRM, same will be applicable here.
Yes.
Okay. So whatever transactional objects you know in other CRM, the same transactional object you will find in Salesforce also. But okay, but like if you talk about any other CRM, it's not mentioned over there. This is a parent object. This is a child object. This has been told us, and based on our experience, we figure it out.
Okay.
Right? Based on our experience and based on basic. Yes.
Okay, Sumit, got it. No. So in other CRMs, like in the all master data, we map it into one standard table. So such we have one identifier. I'm just looking, is there any identifier in Salesforce also?
Okay. I got that. No. So like that should be added in a description or something, so that can be identified easily.
Okay.
Right. So now so what we need to do now, I need to create one object, and that object I'm going to relate with the job application. So let me quickly create a new custom object, and that object I labeled as, I'm going to label that object as, let's say I'm considering that we'll be going to give reviews. Reviews means the you can say the ratings after interview. So I label this as review, and review number, it's an auto number, and auto number are starting with 1. And this time I'm not going to use this option. Okay, and I'm not going to add, I don't want to add a tab here. Reason, if I want to find out the related reviews for a particular job application, instead of navigating to an object here, I would be more happy to check the reviews by going into the job application. So I just click on the job application, and in related, I would like to find out that okay, for this job application, these are the reviews. I don't want to add an object here. Otherwise, see, it's not like that we can't add it, but if we add an object here, that would be an extra overhead to, you can say that would be an extra overhead to find out, to filter out the records. Because we might have hundreds and thousands of reviews. For every job application, we may have let's suppose 2 or 3 reviews. And there are many job applications. So we have a lot of records, and we have to filter records explicitly. We have to filter a particular record explicitly. Instead of that, what we'll do, I navigate to job application. I open the particular job application for whom I would like to check the details. Click on related, and I can check it from here. So therefore, I am not going to launch this tab wizard. So the object will be created, and now I'm going to relate this object with I'm going to relate this object with the job application. So fields and relationship, it's the review is a child object. Again, for one job application, we can add multiple reviews. We can give multiple reviews for one job application. So review is a child object, new, and I'm going to add, this time I'm going to use master retail relationship, next, and related object, job application. Parent object is a job application number, always required, next. It's always needed. See this, all the fields are always visible. It's checked. So we can't skip it. Next. Let me add 2 more fields quickly. 2 more fields I'm going to add quickly here. One field is a number field. It's a number field. I want to track the ratings, the reviews, you can say the ratings. 2 digits, always required. 2 digits mean between 0 to 10. The ratings will be 0 to 10, or the reviews given by the interviewer will be between 0 to 10. And one more field I add as a comment. That's a text field. Let's suppose if I have been given being an interview, if I give less points. So why I'm giving less points? What's the reason? Why I'm giving less points? So there must be a reason for that. So I need to add my reason. So I just use text area and label this as comments. Next. So it's a simple process. Now let's check it out. First of all, when I refresh, the object is created, but this object is not placed in the navigation bar. See this. I don't have this review object over there next to the job application. But if I click on job application, click on related, and click on review, see, and we are getting the review object. And when if you want, we can give a new review, click on new, and we can add rating as 6. Save this. Simple. So now what happened here? We successfully assign a review to a job application. That for this job application, we assign 2 reviews. Sorry, we give 1 review right now. We can add multiple reviews. We can add multiple reviews to this job application. Clear? And in future, in future, if I delete this job application, what happens? It will automatically remove all its related reviews also. So we don't have to delete the reviews manually. Those reviews will get deleted automatically, which is mapped to that particular job application. So it's a master detail relationship. And as I've told you that it is always needed. So when we click on a review, whenever we add a new review, it always wants us to provide the job application number. For example, when I click on new, see, we always have to provide a job application number. If I try to skip this, I just add 4 and I try to skip this and try to save this. See this. Always required. Cannot skip this. This is master details relationship. Get it? This is a master detail relationship. Okay, everyone?
Yeah.
So the difference between the lookup and master detail, and as I told you that while setting up a relationship, it is very important to decide whether we'll be going to add a lookup relationship or a master detail relationship, and why do we want to do that? Okay, it is very important to decide to identify the correct relationship. See, if you are a developer, or if you have been assigned to complete this task, so the Salesforce BA will share a document, and the Salesforce BA will document everything. So whatever documentation you will receive, in that documentation it will be mentioned that you have to build a lookup relationship or master detail relationship, and you may also get the field names also, that we want to label it as this or we want to label it as that. So this will be the parent object and it should be labeled as this. So you will get the details. But just in case if you will be deciding it by yourself, okay, if you have to decide it by yourself, then we need to know this. We should know about this. Great. So yeah, guys. So let's stop it here for the day. As I've told you that I have to step out. So when we connect on Wednesday, we'll talk about. There is one more thing left in this master detail relationship, and that is called roll-up summary field. So we'll talk about roll-up summary field and many-to-many relationship on Wednesday in our Wednesday session. So meanwhile, practice whatever. Sorry, what?
Roll off MVP, you're saying?
Roll-up summary.
Okay.
Yeah, roll-up summary field. This I'm talking about. When I click on job application here, fields and relationship. So there is a field called this one I'm talking about. Roll-up summary.
Okay.
You can try to explore this little bit if you get time. Otherwise, I'll tell you this in our next session. I'll explain this.
Yeah. Tomorrow, do we have session or
okay.
on Wednesday?
No, on Wednesday. Tomorrow we don't have session.
Okay.
Right? Or yeah, so yeah, fine then. We'll connect. We'll catch up on Wednesday or else for tomorrow. Yeah, or just in case if I get any update by today evening for the tomorrow, I'll keep you posted in the group.
Okay. Okay.